Hi, everybody. This is Andrew Tracy with the Tracy Brothers, and I have compiled this supercut from 3 different Twitch streams that I did over the last couple of days, showing off the ability to mod Star Traders Frontier stories. Since we're cut all this together, I'm going to really quickly detail this spreadsheet tool that we'll link in the description of the video and how it could be used and how I use it in the videos to generate the SQL statements to insert your mod in the game's database. The tool, I'll have to tell you, was sort of improved over all 3 videos. So in the first video, you're going to see me using like a version 1 of the tool. It had some problems. It wasn't perfect. I had to fix it a couple times. Second video, we had a pretty close version of the tool. And by the third video, we're pretty much a final version. So keep that in mind that some of the stuff you'll see me doing, talking about like high order IDs and stuff, is ironed out. So the tool is a simple Excel spreadsheet that uses a bunch of formulas to generate SQL for your mod. The documentation for the game's modding, story modding, is also in a link in the description of this YouTube. It will walk you through concepts like game states, quest objectives, mission config table, block group, blocks, dialogue, ship combat, and crew combat events. And we have an Excel worksheet for each of these within the game, and they all come with a set of templates that are above, every template is above the gray bar. Since mission config is pretty overloaded, we've colorized them. The other ones are really like, here's your template for block groups, here's your template for blocks. And you can also, they all have pretty much an empty first row, which you could copy as well, be a viable copy. When you say we want to make a new block, we're going to take block and paste it and change its ID to 1. And you'll see now that that has appeared here in the home spreadsheet. So to get out the SQL from this tool, we would just copy these 7 columns, copy them, and we could paste them into a text file or whatever other file we want to use. You could put them straight into a database editor or whatever. So that new block that I just created, cut and paste is right here. Now you'll notice, very important, that this story offset on the home tab is used throughout the entire worksheet to increase the IDs kind of invisibly that you're writing. So this allows you to, as it says, it's an offset that's added to all block IDs, game states, contact IDs, everything in your story that's a story ID in any way is increased, allowing you to write block 1, block 2, block 2, and dialogue 1 and dialogue 2, and then in the actual output SQL, the SQL that comes out, you don't have block ID 1 and 2. You have block 25,001, 25,002. As the game developers, we've used pretty much everything below 20,000 I would consider reserved. So this helps you easily write with very sane numbers, like you're writing 1, 2s, 10s, 20s, whatever. You'll see that in the Twitch streams. And then this tool will help you punch those numbers up high. And then if you were to find out that maybe another mod creator is using 25,000, and you can change yours to 26,000 and recopy that SQL, and all of a sudden your story is now ID'd off 26,000. So it detects everywhere that you need to use that it needs to do this offset, and automatically puts it in there for you. That does mean that you want to be careful and just always copy these formulas. Copy the rows. At the end of the rows, there are the SQL formulas that you shouldn't need to mess with. They're all taking care of themselves, but just make sure they're getting copied. Very specifically, this is important for the mission config table. Say we want to make a new contact in the game. I should take all of the contact rows and paste them down here, and then change these values. So that's story ID 1, contact type 2, he's known, and we're going to put in face 40, and he has trigger block 1. Right? So then that produces valid SQL down at the end, which is then picked up here as well. There's my SQL for that mission statement. I didn't finish all of them, but here we'll just nuke these. So now we can copy this and drop it into a text file, and you can also see that we have a mission config. Yeah, mission config here. It's a 20,000. It's added our number and it's taken care of itself. So it's important that you don't ever, that you always use the, what I'm trying to say is it's very important. If you're going to make a step row, this formula is specifically coded for steps, and you want to then copy the step, paste the step, and don't mess with the SQL. Just fill in the rest of the row. All these templates, especially for the mission ones, have their values here so that you can just sort of go down the line and say, oh yeah, this is going to be ready. We don't want to delay payment. There's no alternate faction and there's no game state. So 0 is your like no value and step type is 1 and you're done. Okay. The rest of this stuff is all covered in the Twitch stream, so I'm going to cut it off here. I just wanted to re-record a nice introduction. Enjoy the supercut, guys. Can't wait to see what you're going to create with Star Traders Frontiers story modding. So we're going to create our first block. Every story needs a block to run. Blocks are your basic events in stories that make anything happen. So this is my starting block. There's my starting block. What we're going to set for the event for this is called a starting event, which basically is going to kick off. This is a type of event that is read at the beginning of the game. Any starting events that are created at the beginning of the game be immediately run if their preconditions are met. So, beginning of the game looks at all starting events, checks all of their preconditions, and then runs them all one time. Got to do anything that you want to do in that first run. From this starting event. So really early first one, I'm just going to come down here. We just want to see if Andrew's procedure is working. I'm going to add 1 million credits. It's called gold. Thanks, Heroes of Steel. So we're going to add 1 million credits. And it's important to make sure that at the very end of this row, there's a formula. Formula has errors in it. Try to drag that formula down and probably that same error where oh no, that's definitely a problem. Okay, so we already had that problem. All right, cool. F25 should be have actual SQL. Goal of this extremely long formula is to generate viable SQL. Looks working at like a pretty close. Slight miss there, but now it looks like we probably have some viable SQL. Inserted in games database into the data database, and we can have a starting block that would make me 1 million credits richer right at the beginning of the game. Okay, so then the goal of the sheet is that you should be able to copy these 4. Have more blocks, so you're gonna have to drag this. Have your SQL, so some of this is pretty not great at the moment, but I just grab and drop that, so some break. you get. Okay, I'm gonna just try to power through because okay. Path. Syntax. Awful. Two of them together. There we. Okay, so I was in a bit. Maybe I was in a bit of a rush to do this, huh? Hello, 5 viewers watching. Try to catch up with the errors he made last hour in a big rush. Been trying to stream actually quite some time, but just haven't had the time to really sit down and do it. So excited to find regular Twitch time today to do it. Now I'm looking somewhere in here. We double call. Question is, do we miss like we missed any row somewhere? Double. Oh, there is an empty row. That would actually probably figure out this mission config problem faster than not. Yeah, I'll take a look. I think Ninan is commenting in Discord that XL join make the less fun. I'm not gonna try to do it right now because I'll burn a bunch of time just talking with. I want to just get this the best I can. I actually want to try to make some headway, show blocks running so people can. Okay, there we have. Columns, values for columns. That's not. All right, so in some of these cases, I have dropped out. One of the things that the database can be a little like not so helpful with has a bunch of unused fields. So one of the things I was trying to sheet was simplify. There are fields that are actually just straight up not used. It's just dropping to some bad C. Okay, cool. So we have now modded block 2 greater than. Cool. Okay, so we have now created a mod that has a starting event. And we're gonna run the game from Steam. Make sure that we don't have there's any mods running. So I'm just sort of being a lazy modder right now, but this isn't an awful way to test. I have a copy of the built-in database. I'm writing directly to the database. Sound. See if we can get a million credits richer. Now some of these events will possible. Yeah, there you go. So I'm a million credits richer. So again, to review what we did here, picked up the Excel spreadsheet tool buildings, created one actionable block, starting event block, instructed that starting event block all starting event blocks are read at the beginning of the game. All of their post conditions are immediately executed. One of those post conditions we said is that I want to be richer. I am, but it's richer. A good start. Okay, so what if we wanted to do something a little bit more complicated? So another two types of blocks that are going to be very interesting. Modders are vignette and era blocks. So vignette event, era. These are special, similar events that get picked up by the story proct and picker. Every now and again, the story, pretty often actually, but on a regular tick, the story system within Star Traders is going to look at the current state of the game and to decide if maybe it's time for a new era to start. Notably, only one era can be running at a time, so there's always an era running, and then there's a break from an era, and then there's another era will start up again. So you can get your block to be considered for that. And also then we have a vignette event. Second picker, which can pick and run a vignette. It happens a little bit more often. Vignettes can be run during any era. There can be multiple vignettes running at a time, where an era sort of like won't start a new era until the previous era has stopped, and then there's a break for the player. Give them some downtime. Vignettes are a little bit more on a constant tick and have no mercy about being, well, you're in the middle of Call of the Strong, but here's a new vignette for testing purposes. This is like, these are a little bit tougher to test because, well, they'd be great once you have the story written, is what I would say. But if you really like, let's write our first story, then I think you would want to just do starting events, right? It's not that important to try to get this, because you're gonna have to play a lot before you find your thing, and you're gonna probably have a lot of bugs and problems and things you want to work out. So you're gonna want to like make new captains, get into the game with a starting event, make that starting event, make stuff happen. So we're gonna ignore vignettes and eras for the moment because that's sort of not gonna be that helpful. So starting block, instead of getting rich, we're going to introduce contact. Now, if the block isn't going to be like shown to the character as a choice, this is just a hint field. You can also use the I put in here. Well, but either way, so here we're going to leave in our starting event. We're not going to get rich anymore. That was nice while it lasted. And maybe you actually want to get rich. Maybe you want to test this story out. That's actually good. Let's put in 1,000 experience and a million credits. So we know that we can only really start to like really test the story easily. Want to put it in right at the beginning of the game, and we want to get things going. But want to also not just be a level 0 captain when testing this. So we're going to kind of give ourselves a jump. This is one way you can go about it. Saying it's the best way, but it is a way. Okay, so now what we need to do is set up another trigger block. So consulting internal files. So there's a bunch of documentation about, so here's the documentation about the story. So we're talking about events. There are other starting events, era event that we've just been talking about. And now we want to use the post condition to add trigger blocks. Trigger blocks are a type of block that is waiting to be run when a player encounters the thing that they're set to trigger. Trigger block can be set against zones, contacts, orbitals, like going into orbit of a planet, or just a quadrant. And a really notable thing about a trigger block is actually that it can also be set against any zone, quadrant. You can say like a very specific one by story ID, or set one by, say like I want to land. Anytime I land on a zone, I want to kick off this story. Okay? So let's start there. So we're going to add a trigger block. Trigger blocks are, one of the ways to add a trigger block is post blocks, which you can add. Might have made a mistake with this. Sure, every time I go to the map. Yes. Every time I go to the map, I'm going to get extra million credits. Great. You get super rich. So what the starting event actually adds your starting block as a trigger block on the map, and it will run on the map whenever the preconditions are met. So in order to make it not run repetitively, we have to make it take itself out of circulation. And to do that, you can tell a block to delete itself and all occurrences of its trigger block by putting a -1 post delete game block. So that will remove the trigger block so that it won't run again. We'll credits and 1000 XP. You don't want that to stack up. So this is a really common pattern. You're going to add trigger blocks. You remove trigger blocks when you're done using. There are reasons that trigger blocks don't always remove themselves, because you want to have that pattern in the story. Hit something like a dialogue when you land on a zone, something happens and solve it, doesn't remove itself. So let's now also say that we want to add a new block. Grab the this empty block, copy it, and make it a block. This is our. So these are all things that I'm going to be working desperately. It documented into documentation following this, and I'm sure the video will help maybe some of the other characters on the thread, and the video will help us document them as well. So there are 3 types of 4 fields here when you're adding a new trigger block. The first thing is what type of thing you're triggering, attaching the trigger block to. So in our case, 3 is for zone. Actually put that up here. Some of these are a little annoying to put into this template row, because then you have to delete a legend that could be without forcing you to copy and paste it a billion times. So 1 would quadrant, contact, and 5 equals. Interesting way of finding a zone. Know the contact, but you don't know this. The zone doesn't have a story ID, but you want it to be on the zone of a contact. So before the, often used to put in a trigger block that is forced to run before the character can reach the contact. Put a trigger block on the zone contact in that zone. To get to the contact, they have to land, and the trigger block has to be resolved. So if you want them to like land in a place and before they can talk to the contact, force this motion. So block type is 3, so we want to put on a zone. Post block turns, when you put in a trigger block, you have the option of saying that you don't want it to even consider evaluating for a certain number of turns. So we could say that we don't want this to evaluate. Maybe we could say 520 turns. You want this to run, start considering to run 1 year from now. So you can build these like delays into your, as you assign trigger blocks. In our case, we're going to leave it 0. We're happy for it to run immediately because we just want to get this story started and we don't want to mess around. Now, post block 2 is 20,002. Still some, I haven't fixed all the IDing here, so the sequel is getting, there's some work being done to make this IDs increment or use a combination of low level ID and this big number, but I haven't fixed all the form. So we're putting in a zone trigger block that will run immediately, and it's block 2, let's say. And then we want post story should be either, should basically, it's kind of an actually always be -1. So we'll make that -1. Assembly block 0 is a potential value, so it's a good one to leave -1. Needs to be left as -1. Okay, so this is going to put, what we've done now is established a Twitch. Hey guys, anybody has any questions, feel free to hop on and ask. Again, this is my first shot at recording some active work on story modding for Star Trek Frontiers, and we are now in a position of having, you're putting in a trigger block that will run the first time we land on any zone. So this is going to be, it will be meeting our contact, but we're actually going to just switch this over just for the moment to being a dialogue, just so that we have a really easy dialogue. Now I'm going to make a dialogue that is, I think, yeah. So there's basically, you'll see what I'm doing. In certain places I have to put in the 20,000 by hand, and certain places I'm not worrying about it. So in this case, I'm going to let the captain speak and highlight these self. Don't need, oh, I shouldn't be, I want to copy these. So this is 20,001. The captain is speaking. Don't need a PNG path or PNG title because it's pulled dynamically from the captain. And I'm going to say, hello, this is trigger block. And how we do, looks like we might have some, looks like valid SQL. Cool, okay. Now, one thing I forgot to do over here is to make sure that this, when finished, this deletes itself. So we're gonna trigger block when the game starts, adds a trigger block when you land, and that trigger block is gonna pop a dialog, which is at the event, and then delete it. So let's see where we get to. We have exciting SQL here. Got a little bit more. Copy. Another place where you're not going to be happy with. It's too much manual work to get that SQL copied over. So this tool's got to get somehow figure out how to make it a little better. All right, so not going to have multiple millions anymore. File lock on it. Just M3. Okay, so cool. All right, so that ran without any major problem. We got injected. Now we've injected 3 blocks and 2 lines of dialogue into the. Let's pop open our moddable version of Star Trek Frontiers. We are starting to hack together the first inkling of a story here. We can launch a new captain. Captain Filink looks awesome. Love her. My favorite artwork. Okay, so we're looking for, here's the standard starting. This is the start block done by the game itself. We got our 1 million credits. 1,000 XP was doled out to the crew. Is going to be pretty high level XP. We're all ready. You're not even ready to level. Guys, doesn't look like you received your reward. Something to investigate. And when we land on this zone, so didn't get. Oh, but now I have multiple millions. Okay, so this is because it's because of what I'm doing here. I'm like actively trying to mod the database in place. It's not that great of a plan, but it's currently my plan. So it's getting the pragma or something, update the internal version of the game in order to force it to pull that database out of the install folder and put it into the game folder. Do it. Not my specialty. This is something Corey would have to help with. Your actual mod, if you're really building mods. So what I did was delete the data folder from. Should still not. Should have known. I should never have gone about it this way. Shortcuts, they're like this. They always kind of get you in a bit of trouble. Let's just check. I think important thing to check would be that we actually have stuff we thought we wanted to in here. We have a starting block. So no, it didn't quite work. Something went wrong with our SQL. Okay. Okay, so I have a new clean data. Excuse me. Yeah, clean data DB that was from the install version. I have a mod thing here. It includes 2022. Oh, you know what? I forgot to save my mod thing. My script, my like text file was not actually saved, so that's kind of sad. You can only blame yourself. Okay, so here we have now a couple of blocks that are in our range. We've deleted the. I can't tell if any of the data DB was not. We're sure to find out over time. Okay, here we go. Captain Dullenhu, looking awesome. Love you very much. Story thing. Okay, so here's the standard intro. I should check that box that says skip the. I got my 1 million credits on test. Okay, so I'm no longer getting any extra million credits. And I bet my crew has received some viable XP. Look at that. We're all going to level. Everybody's getting level. Cool. So that's going to help us out. We got a starting storyline in. We got 1 million credits. Everybody got some XP. And you could pump that up to 10 million. A lot of XP if you really wanted to accelerate your start fairly. And have a problem. So we're just going to let that doing that for a minute. Try to figure out what happened. So oh. Yeah. these need to be enumerated above. You really gotta have them. Event dialog. Starting. So it's going to be pretty key to have these enumerated because I totally messed that up just on the fact that that's an unknown type event. That's unfortunate behavior out of the system, but c'est la vie at the moment. Okay, so now it actually says dialog event. So we can hope that that will do better. Yeah, Nimim, that would be probably a good thing for sure. It'd be a good thing to put into maybe a captain's log and just have it there. I bet it would help a lot. As you're aware, we didn't build the game for modders, so I would just do a breakpoint, find that out as a coder. So there's definitely new systems that need to be added to help support more efficient modding. Hey, Stratego Dev, thanks for signing on. Good to see you. Great to see you in Twitch chat. Okay, so here we have this. We're just gonna try to back through this cycle. Inefficient. I should be doing script or something, but that. Okay, it looks like a dialog event. Now we're going to find out whether or not I do need a file from the save game folder. I want to go through the sort of backdoor. Hey, Stratego, we are in the process of slapping some story mods into Star Traders Frontiers. We're going to skip the intro this time. Captain Folstrom. Okay, so we got our extra million. We got a short intro, extra million, and we're going to land. There you go. So this time with the properly coded text there, have hello, this is the trigger block on your Captain Falston saying that. So I'm doing this sort of iteratively. Doing this a bit iteratively, sort of show it building up. So now, okay, so what we have done is put in a dialogue event. And now we're going to create a new contact, and we're going to have them talk to the characters. So we're going to move. There's a really helpful field within the blocks that are pre-dialogue events. So oftentimes you want an event to do something like create a mission, create a contact, offer a choice to the player, but you really want to also attach a dialogue to that. So before the event runs, the pre-dialogue is always evaluated and can inject a dialogue before events. So what we're going to do now is move this dialogue that we were running up into a pre-dialogue event, and we're going to change this over, quick switch here to make this a little themey. We're going to try to basically do sort of follow the pattern that you've seen so often in Star Traders, and we're going to say Captain, a Spicetender is wandering starport and wants meet. Okay, and then I'm going to grab a captain speaks. Now officer speaks. That's a 1. Use the same group ID, which basically allows this to be a running set of dialogues. But let's see, in officer says the captain. Now we're going to grab another row here, contact. A hard-coded character speak. That's going to be a 0 here, and they're going to have these important. Got to actually come up with the names, locations of So I'm going to look in dialogues. Stratego, it's you. Spicetender. And we're going to pick a face. How do you feel about this guy? I think this is a pretty good looking Spicetender. So we've got contact 46. We got dialogues, thump. Right, dialogues. Yep, contact 46. Okay. So now we have many welcomes, Captain. What a classic line. What do you think they wants to do? Need something? You can have a bunch of talking here. I need help with some trouble. Available? Definitely not going to be writing the most inspired dialogue of my career on Twitch, so we're going to do this pretty easy. Okay. Okay. So now we have a little back and forth between a character and a contact. And then what we want to do is come back into the block group, into the block, document another type of event here called a contact event. And we are going to make this, instead of a dialogue event, because we converted the dialogue up into a pre-dialogue, we're now going to do a contact event. And we're going to call it 20,000. Let's call it 20,000. Call it 20,000. I like 20,000. 2001. You have to pick. Hard decisions to make. Okay, so we're going to grab this set of template for a contact. Drop it in here. We're going to drag down the mission config SQL. Come on. Oh, yeah, it has the same problem. Yeah, I'm sure that a lot of professors and murder people are using something like this. I'm not saying it's great, but it is something that can help people get going. So that's kind of currently what we're working on here. We're happy. We would love for help if somebody thinks they have a better plan for how this might go, a better way of going about this that is easy and they want to help maintain for the community. This is a tool we feel like we can kind of get out there and that is blowing my mind. Oh yeah, because okay, so this is yeah, fine. We can't do math. Trying to do math on 2 question marks. Fair. Okay. So we're gonna. This is a big contact within our story. We're gonna give him the big number, 20,000, 20,001. We need to look up the data context. So let's actually pop into data and select star from contact. Where display type name. Look. What's the field? Type name. We have one. Come on. Spicetender. Well, you got it wrong. Go fix that in my dialogue. He's actually a Spicetender. Want to, not trying to malign your profession, Stratego. I spelled it wrong. Okay, so that's the answer though is 32. So for this character, we want to put in a 32. We want him to be known. You could create and hide contacts easily. So the face ID is 46, which is what we've been using here. You can see contact 40. And the active contact block ID. This is going to be a trigger block set for the contact when he wants to give us some conversation. So for the moment, we're going to skip that. Come back to be the very next thing we do. So his name is Stratego. What's the personal starting rep? Let's start him at 2. His current influence, we'll give him 25, and he's achieved a maximum of 35 influence in his career. Now we have need to pick some contact traits for him. Okay, so let's pull up the wiki contact traits. We're supposed to pick one from the hates trait group. So it's a little tough because I don't know he hates what faction he is at this point actually. Our list of traits and their respective IDs. So let's say that he hates Devoltos. That's relatively straightforward. Doesn't. Trait group 2. Let's say he is a spice addict. It makes a ton of sense. Sorry, Stratego, for a Spicetender, maybe snorting his own. Drinking too much spice beer is, however, he is a dangerous schemer. That's 24. Right, that's spice addict is 16. 24, and then finally we get like a fun one where we have a recruit group, and that's where you probably want to look back at them. Let's say that he recruits assassins. Kind of sounds like fun. Dangerous dude. That'll tell us a bit about the type of work that he's involved in. Find assassins in here. Assassins, 30. Okay. So those are now the 4 traits for our contact, and we don't have any, not working on any specific links at this given time. You can set specific links if you want them to like hate story characters of another, from another story. You give them specific links. I'm not going to mess with it. Just trying to keep things relatively simple here. So, 3 new rows. Like it. Okay, so grab this whole block of text. Okay, so to review, we have a starting block which fires at the very beginning of the game. Hey, Prime Resistor, thanks for coming on stream. Awesome to see you. We're working on Star Traders modding here. I'm doing just kind of working through a demonstration of how to set up a storyline, get a dialogue going, create a contact, and maybe we can get to a mission here momentarily. Yeah, it's a good looking spice trader. You can tell he's been drinking a lot of coffee, spice beer, all the stuff. Okay, so we have a starting event which adds a trigger block on a zone. That trigger block will run 1 time because it removes itself after it's been run. The -1 here and delete game block, and it's going to run a short pre-dialogue, and it's going to create a contact of using the 20,001 group. See in the sequel, this is 20,001. Let's see if that's functional. We've jammed our stuff over here. Whoops. Doesn't seem like I needed to actually delete that last time, so I'm just gonna run around data like looking at stuff. Our reference. Again. Okay. Yeah, this copying thing, obviously. Obviously, I'm just the art guy. Don't blame me, okay? All right, so we've loaded up our new sequel. We're gonna bet that works. He's really handsome, Stratego. I agree. Good looking. I'm sure that there are much better tools that could be But we're looking for something that'd be relatively easy for us to distribute to a mod community with a low barrier to entry to get people's feet wet, and then see if people want to make more or create their own. Okay, so this is the default Captain Yeager, the default new awesome new face, default intro. Okay, so we got our million credits, we got our XP. We're gonna land. Our officer says a Spicetender is wanting the starport and wants to meet with you. When you put an officer for dialogue, it picks a random officer. This generally works pretty well. You get a couple of different officers talking, and sometimes you get repeat officers, and you want to write the dialogue to come from any officer. It's kind of an art, kind of a science. Oh, something went wrong. Oh, I didn't copy in all the. This tool is a little annoying. There are some rough edges. I forgot to drag this down a couple more times. Ugh, awful. Okay, so unfortunately we like missed. I'm just gonna start over. But look, strategic at the start. The Spicetender did appear. So we got something. Try again. Yes, thank you. I was sitting around from before. Okay. Thankfully this just takes a second to do. Boot the game again. We're gonna make a lot of new games today. Captain Delazar. Okay, again, we are rich. We're gonna land. Let's see if we get a full conversation this time. Aha, different officer. Well, new game, so the other officer, cool officer, is also gone. Spicetender is wanting the start and wants to meet with you. See him in, officer. Okay. Many welcomes, Captain. All right, we have created Spicetender Stratego now within the within our world, and you need something. Okay, so Doc Oregon. Seems like the officer. I don't know. Maybe that feels good. The officer's kind of the one pushing. I could could be the captain, but the officer's a little pushy. I need help with some trouble. Are you available? So you want to make this a little more. You want to be a little more, flavorful. But this is what we can do in a short rush of a time. The creative part's up to you. Okay, so that runs the trigger block. It removes that trigger block. So if we land again, the trigger block is gone. And it won't run again. Now we also were able to, the mission config tables, orders, we were able to create this a contact block, contact event block. Let's go check out the contact. We have 2 personal rep, which is always set up. And if we look at the details, it has currently 25 influence and has reached a maximum of 35 and 4 unknown traits. Contacts come out. Does have links, but no special links that we set up. It's a Thaloon spice trader. Quite a upstanding Thaloonian citizen. Nobility is earned, and obviously he's earned it with a gray beard like that. Okay. So, yeah, so far Stratego, I mean, there's some like annoying parts here with the sheet where like I've missed, I've made some mistakes like not dragging these things down enough. Need to find a better solution for that that's simpler, but this is really like the meat of getting a story set up, and I think it feels pretty good. So right now he has his standard services that a Spicetender is going to offer. If we knew his traits, he would also be offering some different options and would include offering a recruit of an assassin. So you only recruit smugglers. Still pretty good. If we wanted to start out as a friend, if you wanted to bump his personal rep to 25, then we could go up that chain of command. Okay, so let's just kill the game. All right, all right. Now we're gonna go in. The next step here is to actually complicate this a bit. He just said some stuff. We said some stuff back to him. Yeah, Stratego, one of the things that we've set as a bar for the Excel spreadsheet that we're distributing is that it doesn't have any VBA and it doesn't have any macros in it. I mean, that's currently what we're hoping to achieve, but we'll see. Again, we don't want to put too much into this because we don't know if people are really going to use it. It's a good learning tool, certainly. Already, people in the community have expressed that they're writing code to make tools to help them do stuff for other things. So a lot of the modders are jumping in, writing a little bit of code to do this sort of stuff maybe for you. This may be helpful for somebody who doesn't have any coding experience, who doesn't want to take it on themselves. Um, maybe a VBA script would be helpful, or also sort of helpful. Maybe someone will take this spreadsheet under their wing, help make it better. We'll see. Okay, so there's two different directions we can go this. We can go off and make this the dude's first mission, but I think I want to first step back just a little bit and add a set of dialogue choice characters. So we're just going to give the character 3 choices. Tell me more about your cousin? Question mark. So you want us to kill your, do whatever you will. I'm already spending too much time. Hey, Professor Wednesday. Tracy is how you pronounce that. Tracy. Tracy Brothers. We will kill your cousin. Sorry, Stratego. I guess you have a cousin who's problematic. You don't. Murders. Okay. So I shouldn't have put up. Works for us. Tuvian suggesting that maybe this should go up in Google Sheets. That's fine. It would definitely be an easier tool. Of course. Yeah, it has a nicer scripting engine. I don't like, knowing a lot about how dicey Excel is. Distributing Excels doesn't make me particularly excited, especially when they have macros and VBAs in them and if the community is handing them around. Yeah, I don't know. It makes me nervous. I don't want to be the one who they are like, so you're the one who started handing out this Excel. I'm like, I don't know. Okay, so what we're going to do here, there's a bit of a dance when you have an event that you really want to run at the end of a chain. Should just, okay. You have to figure out how to get, if you have multiple blocks you want to run, multiple events you want to run, then you have to figure out the order or the method you want to get them. So, I still need to make this contact, but I want this now to become a block group event because I want to provide the character with choices. I want to give them dialogue choice. So I'm going to switch this over to block group. Make block group 1 of check-in. Like the So there's block group 1. This is going to run block group 20,001, which is that it's run multiple 1, which means it's going to eval all of them and show them as choices to the player. So this is going to be 2,000. I want to show them. Got to put in the big. I want to show these 3 choices to the player. So by setting up this as a block group, points at block group 20,001, it's going to show these choices, these 3 choices. Each of them, in this case, what I'm going to do, because I still want this contact created no matter what, I'm going to set each of the choices event, and then we're going to have a new dialogue for each. Sorry, actually, tell me about your cousin is not going to create. come back to that. But it's going to have a dialogue. Cousin's a real stinker. So 20,000. Okay, real liability. Now we're getting somewhere. Got a cousin, a family member who's a liability to my operation. Shell shock. Yeah, Tracy. Yeah, a lot of people come up with trees. There's so many different ways you could do it, but the correct answer is, in fact, for 10 points, Tracy. Like Dick Tracy. That was going around when I was. Okay, we will kill your cousin. We're gonna keep these super short. That's great. Great. I will pay good money. And then often, players have story remorse. So even if they say no, it can be quite nice to keep the door open. So you're like, that's too bad. I will pay good money. Think about it. Come by my spice hall. Let's keep the door open here. They decide a little bit later, man, I really should have got that as good money. He said good money. Like, what kind of good money? I should at least look. You want to have that option open. So now another thing that can be useful in block groups is to chain different in dialogue trees, chain different choices together. So currently I have one block group that has 3 choices in it. Now what I would like to do is actually loop this block group. Yeah, someone will have to help me. I agree. This would be really nice to be doing desktop, but block group event. So we're gonna loop it. It it originates. It's played by block group. One of the choices displayed by that block group. Pick it. It's gonna run a pre-dialogue and send you back into the block group. So it's like an informational dialogue. If you want to know a little bit more, but you still have to make the choice at the end of the day, right? Bit of a loop. It's a structure that's often used in Star Traders dialogue groups. And how we're going to prevent it, what you don't want, if I ask you, tell me more about your cousin, and I loop back into that block group, I don't want tell me more about your cousin to show up again. Right, that's sort of like a thing that would be weird because then I just keep asking, tell me more about your cousin. Tell me more. Tell me more. Tell me more. And you'd wonder if Twitch had gotten us some really weird loop. Uh, don't clip that. So what we're going to use the first time we've needed to so far is a game state. In this case, and I'm just gonna type in a new game state where you 20,000. This is run cousin once. So this is the game state specifically used to prevent dialogue from appearing multiple times. Yeah, Stratego, I'm definitely doing this video specifically for a guide. I probably will redo this video again. Maybe. I don't know. I've gotten a lot farther than I seemed like I was going. Yeah, prime resistor. I just want to know. And then I spent the next 6 hours clicking. Tell me more about your cousin. I was sure that the mod creator had put an Easter egg in here that if I clicked it fast or just enough times, 6 times, 10 times, it would say something different. I swear. Anyway, so this is a game. We've now added a game state. And game states are really your own notation. You're not putting them into the data database, but they will be written into the game database. So you need to keep track of why you've created what is 20,001. In this case, it is to prevent this specific dialogue from running time. So what we're going to do is in the post condition, we're going to set 20,001. So when this block runs, it sets a game state ID of 20,001, value of 1. The default is always 1. And before it runs, it's going to check that game state 20,001 is not set. This is sort of like a block that takes itself out of circulation when it is. So tell me more about your cousin. When the choices of that block group are displayed to the player, will evaluate each of the blocks preconditions. Right now they're all 0 except for this one has negative 20,001. I'm going to check. If 20,001, the negative means it's like exclusion. If 20,001 exists, not show this. If we had 20,001 like this, we would only show this option if that state was set. So like don't show it if that state is set, and we will then set it after the dialogue. Okay, so now we have this little dialogue tree going on. Let's just see if that worked out for us. I don't know. We'll have to find out. Make sure that we really drag some more things down this time to have more blocks, I think. Oh, that's block group. That's a problem. Yikes. Gotta keep formula propagating. Ugh. Awful. My tool is more annoying than and you know, we started telling the story, and this cousin, and we don't even know what Spicetender Stratego's into yet. Like, what is this operation that we're working so hard? We're gonna kill a family member to protect this. It better be pretty. Okay, so we do now have all the SQL that we've compiled for this little mod. There we go. We're now racking up some pretty awesome SQL. So easy. Yes. Copy. Aha! Look at that. I did it with a file. No, I see stuff. Okay, so hit that. Loaded up our stuff. So now we've got a starting event that sets a trigger block on the first zone that it runs into. And it is then when you land on that zone, we're going to kick off an event that brings up a pre-dialogue and shows the player a set of choices that they can pick from. One of those choices, informational, will remove itself from the choice list. The other two will create the contact Stratego Spicetender stuff. Space apples? Is that where all the money's at? That's where they're. Oh, I think this story is gonna get somewhere. Okay, so we're also, and by the way, we're rich. Extra points. Okay, Captain Spicetender's wandering the blah blah blah. I see him in. You need something? Need help with some trouble. Family trouble, he should say. Okay, let's fix that because we get this dialogue to be top notch. Probably the next story in the game right here. Some trouble. Okay, back to the game. All right. So we had set up this block. Oh, you guys not been able to see start? Okay, it's just really laggy. Sorry, my screen on Twitch was black for a second. I was wondering if maybe you couldn't see the game. All right, so we now have this block group. It has 3 options in it. Each of the options is a block. Tell me more about your cousin. We don't do murders. We will kill your cousin. So we're gonna try out our setup here with tell me more about your cousin. My cousin is real liability in my spiced space apples operation. He has to disappear soon before he gets me into trouble. Mentioned that he's trouble a few times. Is he trouble? Okay, so when we click through that, as we discussed, the post condition is run after completing that event. So we do a dialogue event, we have a little conversation back and forth, then a post condition is executed, sets a game state. When the story evaluator comes back to the block group, again, as the event of that block, it has now, that state has been set and all the blocks are evaluated and only those that evaluate true and their preconditions are shown. So now we're down to just We will kill your cousin. He's trouble. And we don't do murders. Well, I don't do murders. I'm like a merchant. So that's too bad. I'll pay good money. Think about it and come by my spice hall if you want to talk. So we are leaving the door open to the player, right? So, okay, so, and as a result of that, the final events on that chain were to create the contact Stratego the Spicetender. Here he is. But he has no further ability to do anything for us. So we have got him in, but he's not chatty yet. So now that'll be our next step, is actually wire him up with a block himself. Okay, so let's try this. Let's actually adjust this. I'll also say, even if you say, yes, I do kill cousins for money, I want to, he's also going to say, come by my spice hall, talk details. So he prompts you to visit him. Now, what I'm also going to do is the captain's going to speak in both of these cases. You want to make sure if you're writing out mods that you give enough, that you provide these prompts, players in the right places if they need help. The font is a useful little tool to bring extra attention to certain lines of dialogue. So 0 is just like totally normal. 2 is a thought bubble. And 1 is to gold font things. So that gold font is used when the game is talking to you. Spicetender Stratego offer us. I don't know. You have to figure out what exactly you want to say, but this is like a little, sometimes at the end of these dialogues, if they feel like it'd be helpful to prompt the player, you can use this font to do so. And I think we're going to just add a similar one here. All your numbers right. This is a hard-coded character. Officer's going to kind of wonder about the thought bubble. This officer's going to say, okay, it's really getting deeper into this conspiracy at this point. So now we're kind of exercising a couple of the other options within the dialogue engine. Just check those out. Okay, and finally now we're going to go back and look at the mission config table where we created a contact event before, right? We created Stratego's Spicetender creation event, and previously we ignored this contact active block. We left it at 0. So when you put a number, non-zero number in here, this is going to assign a trigger block to that contact, which is what's going to allow us to have, when you're visiting the contact, and the first item in the table there is this narrative story offering contact. So let's add one. So we're going to make a new block. It's going to be block number 6. And this is going to be Stratego's story contact block. Let's call it that. That's a nice, very clear name. It's exactly what it is. So 2006. Okay. And generally what works best for contact blocks is to make them point at a block group. And then to go into the block groups, this will be 20,002. Go into your block groups. It's 2. And within that interface, it will only show one things. Want to run and eval. Run first eval's true. So this is a 0 for contact blocks. Should probably that's helpful. Overkill. They'll all. Okay, so contact blocks are what you want to use there. So now we have this block. This contact can have up to 14 different blocks that they're willing to run, but they're only going to have one. The first one that shows up is going to run. So let's make a little new block for our put into our block group, right? You can't just have it empty. So and it's going to use the block name to display it as an option to the player to pick it, as opposed to like buying his other services. There's a story service here. So I want to hear more about one track mind here, right? So, and then we're going to put this into the block group. So when you when you interact with Stratego, it will trigger Stratego's contact block, which has been set to trigger with him. It's going to evaluate a block group, and that block group is going to look through currently 1, but we're planning that since it's a story and you're going to come back multiple times and there will be state changes for what that contact wants to talk to you about, we're planning that this will be an expanding list. We could have done 1, but it's short-sighted. An expanding list of options, right? So first, I want to hear more about your cousin. Okay. We could go through and put in another block group of choice, but I'm going to avoid doing that because it's sort of retreading old ground. We're trying to do tutorial focused stuff here. So now we're going to be able to talk to him. I'm going to give him as just to try to make this as real as possible, there will be a little pre-dialogue. And 2005. Now, when there's a special helpful field in dialogues that if you're talking to the current contact, so if and only if you are executing a block talking to a contact on the contact screen and then you click on their narrative thing, you can do away with this stuff and just put a 1 into the contact field to use default face. That uses the current contact's face and title. So my cousin was my best friend until he started working. Tish. Okay, that was weird. Excel, lovely. Okay, so then we're just gonna have the captain's gonna respond, say I understand. Yeah, the competition. Did you know there was more than one intergalactic space apple cartel? Let's punch that up a little bit. I need to warn you, other space cartel won't give up apples. Some of your officers are going to be a little arrogant about this. Handle. Okay. Could be a lie. Could be a lie. I mean, Stratego needs to bump him off to take over the whole thing. I don't know. It could be. Okay, so here we have now this first dialogue coming out of you've landed, met a contact. You've got a choice. Contact appears. You can now go visit the contact, and he has a pre-dialogue event. So now it's very common. It's like basically a law within Star Traders that if a contact is going to offer you a mission, then you would want to, do you want the captain's? So we always put in a gold line that says something like the following: Spicetender Stratego has added a mission to his mission list to execute cousin crime. Can accept something like that. Like give them they need to prompt it. The UI is not like particularly fascinating at making them clear when a mission has been added, right? So, okay, so let's see. We're not ready to execute him. To find his cousin. Yeah, but I don't know where he is. Let's say that. That's even more fun. Yeah. But I don't know is. I have to find him. Okay, so now it's getting crazy. They don't even know where he is. He could be anywhere. He could be in a barrel of spice apples. He could be a barrel of this is a lot of fun. We should do this more often. It's cracking me up, guys. So Captain speaks. So he's added this mission. So I have about 10 minutes left. So I gotta really hustle this forward. So now we're gonna add a mission config event, and we're gonna give it 2002. It's Valencia. She's back. She is the one in the space apple barrel. Ah. Okay. And we're gonna do one last thing. Couple things. Okay. Team. So one of the things we need to really document better is these preconditions. So we're gonna do this mission config. One of the things before we jump into it, I want to go back and we want some control over our contact. We don't want him to be totally just anybody and anywhere, right? So we had this to go back to this very second block. A starting block that always runs, no questions. We want it to run. We want it to run once and go away. It injects a zone block, right? So it injects a trigger block that will trigger on any zone, right? Because we put the post story ID is -1. It will trigger on any zone. So that's going to be very generic. You could land on Devoltos, you could land on Balloon, you could land on Steel Song, you could land on a wild zone, and it's going to execute. So that's cool, but also problematic. We can't have this Spicetender showing up in a wild zone. It doesn't make any sense for the story. If that's the first place the captain goes, then our story kind of like comes off the wheels. The wheels are coming off quickly. So pre-code is a place where there are a bunch of ID'd checks that are complicated enough that the database isn't going to handle them very well. And we have to expose this list. It's pretty long, but there are a lot of them. For example, here's one of them is 13, and that is going to check to see that you're landing at a specific faction urban zone. So I'm going to put in the argument yeah, it's possible, Thuvian, that contacts can exist in wild zones. They act a little weird because like they can't sell ranks and none of their discounts operate. They can't sell ranks because the zone they're in has 0 military. Like they can't sell permits. So like special types of contacts could. We have avoided it as a pattern in the game. I only have a couple minutes, so I don't want to get sucked into that. So I've added this requirement. We're going to test this out next time we run the game. Stratego is now locked to Thaloon. He's no longer going to appear on Devoltos or Steel Song worlds. He will only appear when you land on a Thaloonian world. And it has to be an urban zone. Okay, urban Thaloonian zone. Okay, so we wanted to hear, now we're going to do mission real quick. Okay, so let's blitz a mission. So this is all the nice, helpful things that we do to missions. So we're going to copy, it's a story mission. So we're copying one of these guys. We're going to put in a story header. We're going to put in a segment, which is the major action. Drop one of those in. Then we have to change our location. Drop one of these guys in. Then we're going to add a step. And then we're going to change the location again. Then we're going to do the whole thing over again. Step, segment, step, location. And then we're going to do it one more time. Then we're going to put in a final adjust step. So that looks like a lot, but we have these nice templates. It'd be pretty easy to slap in the fields and then the job. Yeah, okay. 2. And the job is actually to come in and just fill in the fields. And once they're filled in, it's not that bad. So all the option 1s are set up properly. So now we just need to go in. To be a set location step before mission. There does not need to be a set location step before the mission, Thuvian. The first mission, it's always set to home. Let me, this came up because it's in the documentation. So I'm gonna move this up. So you could put it there if you had specific reason to do so. So let's look at why you might do that. We have to pick. I think it would be good to. So the ProcGen system is going to fill in a number of fields for you, like who the mission is for Thaloon. It's for the contact that we're talking about, and it's going to be against an unknown faction. So unless we force it to be against a faction. So yes, the mission starts with home, set as the current location, and if you want the information about the first changed location, you can move it forward, and I'll give an example here as to why you might do that momentarily. So we're going to change location. We're going to do it by faction and zone. So that's these are set up to show you the possible values, and you can just punch in the one you want. So by faction, zone is going to force it to be, we're going to do it by faction zone. We're going to put this to -2, which means we're going to a zone owned by whoever the mission is set up against. And we're going to do -9, which is not a wild zone. So this is going to go to a, I think we're going to do anti-Devoltos. Somebody close by. I didn't look at the map. I don't know if anybody saw any flags on the map. I don't know who's close by. Maybe we should not. Yeah, we should just leave this as 0 so it'll automatically pick. We're going to let it automatically pick the anti-faction. In a story line, you probably need to pick it because you're going to write text about that faction and you can't like dynamically replace that text often. So we don't need to save this location. We're just going to leave this as 0. Well, let's actually save it just because it's kind of cool. So this is the location of first step in first mission. Find cousin, right? So that this is a location we might want to use again. Maybe. So we're going to save it as 2002. Our second game state that we've used. We haven't had to use very many. All right, so this is the context story ID. That's the context story ID up here. That's 20,001. That's Stratego is the owner of the mission. We set this to 0 because we wanted the ProcGen system to come up with the figure out the anti-faction itself. We don't need any duration boosts. We're going to let it do its own thing. We're going to set a short maximum distance. We don't need an edict. The mission title is Cousin Hunt. And so let's say Stratego lost track of his cousin Prime, but now wants him dead. Was last seen on. Okay, so this is why you might want to do the. You have to pick up the trail there. Right. So this is why you might want to use a change location first, because in the mission description, you may choose to use an interpolation field to kind of punch up the text of the mission, right? So one of the interpolation fields, zone name, planet name, are 2 options. So that would take, if we didn't do a change location, if I put zone name here, put zone name here, then it would use into that field, it would put the location of home, which is not where we want the player to think that we lost track of the cousin. We could set it up that way, but this is a little different. I want them to go to another zone. He was somewhere on an aggressive faction zone. And I want him to go there, and I want to say in the description of the mission that that's where we lost the trail. So, okay. We're going to just keep moving because I am running out of time. Okay, so let's look at the segment. Really gonna have to go. All right, so segment, tagging, segment. So we're just gonna do the easy segment, pass fail. We don't need a counter. We don't need a game state. Segment is first And there's no segment item here because we're not doing a passenger prisoner package. Segment type. So let's look around. There are some good ones for like finding things. Here you go. Action hunter person. So 702 is going to be this is like looking for a person in a zone, urban zone. So let's set this to 702. It is the first step in the mission, so we need to set it as ready. We'll get paid when it's completed. Alternate faction against should actually just 0. You don't want to do it as, you can set alternate factions if you wanted this on, it's your go to the Thaloon zone, but you want it against Steel Song. You could set that here, but it's not for us at the moment. Prime it's always in Spice Hall. We need to dig around out where it's all right. So oh crap. All right, I'm gonna run out of time, guys. We're not doing card games, so we're deleting this. And we're gonna get another segment type. So it's just gonna be pass fail. 0. I'm gonna make a boring mission, guys. Second clues, right? And we're gonna go pretty much by zone and faction. Do -2. Must have gone to another location. Don't want wild. We're not going to save it this time. And we're going to say step action is 702. So it's the same action. Again, that's not probably the coolest thing in the world, but for this rapid example that we're doing, Prime traveled to, let's follow. So here now we're using 2 interpolations. We're going to do zone name and name, right? So that's going to take the current location and allow you to put them in a text. And I skipped this because I want to come back to it. We are going to need to do, I want it to be unknown because it's kind of part of the mystery of the mission as to where he went, so we don't know. Okay, so segment type is a 1 again. It's not a counter. We don't need a save thing. This is final hunt. And there we go. We got a hunting. Now, I'm going to go to a state. So I'm going to actually use 2, and I'm going to go back. Kind of funny, but I'm going back to the state. See this? We saved earlier the state of the original location. I'm going to actually go back there. Change our location to go back there. And step type is going to be 702 again. And it's unknown. And it will pay 0. Not saving anything. Like prime, double. What do they call it? Double back. Prime is trying to throw our hunt and double backed on trail. Tidings on. So there we go. So we saved that state. We came back to it. And I am totally out of time. So we're going to pick up here. This is a mission. Unfortunately, we'll have to, I'm so out of time that we'll have to see the results like another day altogether. So I will, sorry guys. This has been a ton of fun and I feel like we've made a lot of progress. I'm really going to kick this all the way through. But you can see I will get this, the updates out. I'll get this new semi-broken template out for review. People look at, and we can, maybe some of the community members on the Twitch would be interested in helping us bring it up to Google Docs and make it a little bit nicer. See, I think the potential to just get ripping here on story is pretty high. So let's do this together. I will publish it as soon as I get back. Oh, so let's just do real fast. I can click quick. I gotta go. Yeah, thank you. Thanks. Stratego and Prime. Yeah, the templates are definitely helpful. It's cut and paste, so the options are mostly included. You can just kind of hack through it really quickly. Captain Coleman's going to town. Care to share about the call? What call? Oh, that call. Okay. Sorry. I'm just catching up. I need to leave. All right. So, oh, weird. Did something wrong. We set that precondition 4. All right. Well, I broke it. I set some bad precondition in here with this block. Must have messed it up. I don't know what I did wrong, but we'll need to dig it up. I thought that was a good one. That looked like a good one to me, but something went wrong there. I hope it was helpful for everybody, and we will definitely be coming back to this. I'm going to stream some more maybe later this evening or tomorrow. And I'm going to be working on showing off maybe job modding on Thursday. So we're doing a real push here for the last 3 weeks of mod creators beta, trying to get tools and helper videos and docs in everybody's hands if you guys want to get going on this. Thanks, Prime. I am super excited. I think that just what we're able to do today shows some pretty cool options that you can really get ripping. We're on the brink of having a mission, and from there, it's just sort of a get used to this pattern and repeat, and you can create pretty much everything we've made in the game. So I think if you like the Star Trader stories, you could make a lot more this tool set. All right, everybody. Thanks again. Really, really appreciate it. Super hype. All right, peace. Okay, so the last time we were streaming, we put in this precondition. I've been looking up all these crazy Excel formulas. And story implementation guide. Precondition. Block preconditions. So we really need to document some of this as we go, but whoops. Column value notes. So precode, pre-state. If positive, this is a state required to run this block. If negative, this is a game state that must not be set. This block. Okay, so that was one we've used. We were using this special precondition 13, which looks for, and precode looks specifically for that you're on a faction world that is in a wild zone, and you can put the faction ID into the precode argument. So in this case, we said we're looking for 13 says non-wild faction world, and 4 is Thaloon. So we said this is a Thaloon story instead of just an anybody story, which it was before. However, we had made the mistake of putting that on our starting event. The starting event is run at the quadrant level, so you're not on a zone, and that always came back false, and so we weren't ever getting any of the blocks in our story. So I figured that out and moved this precode requirement down a level to the trigger block that's added to the zone to introduce Stratego, our contact. We also had gone in and added. We were just wrapping up. I was going as fast as I could, but I couldn't quite get it done in time because I had to leave a mission. This is a mission called Cousin Hunt. It has a couple of steps and segments, and we didn't get to a point where we actually got to see that in action. So let's just go check this out. I think for the moment, I'm going to leave. There is some question of Spicetenders don't offer missions generally, so first I've converted him to a smuggler just to make sure this works. It should show even if a contact offers a mission, they don't normally offer a mission. If they are offering a story mission, it should automatically come up for them and offer only that mission and only that mission. But I want to make it just, again, as we're kind of going through this, we want to do this iteratively. We don't want to sort of take too many steps at once. Because if we take 10 steps, then we don't know which of the 10 failed, and we have to kind of back out and try to find out where we went wrong. We take one step at a time and kind of test this as we go. then we're in pretty good shape and we'll know where we made a mistake. So first we're going to test this wild zone, or the Thaloon urban zone test. So if I land here, cool. I did not get the smuggler Spicetender did not show up. So I'm going to fly also way over here to see if the trigger block will fire on a Mock-Lamoon zone, which it should not. So if I land in New Hoffington, cool, no smuggler here. And I've been starting at Genis Haven, but now I'm going to head up to Charlotte, which is a Thaloon zone. It's urban Thaloon zone, and so we should get the story procs here. Cool. So this is an example of a trigger block that's very wide open. It's assigned to any zone, but then we use a precondition to say only Thaloon. Any zone you go to, but check to make sure it's Thaloon. So Spicetender's wandering around and wants to meet you. See him in. Many welcomes. This is our Spicetender Stratego. You need something. I need help with my cousin. We don't do murders. That's too bad. We're leaving the door open here, letting the character in. So he's willing to offer a mission if we visit him. To anybody who is joining this stream but missed the earlier stream, I did about an hour and a half, really helpful content about getting everything kind of wired up, the start event, how to set up blocks and dialogues. This is all stuff we created on stream that you're seeing now. So you can really see story being written in that stream. So I would suggest catching up there as well. So now we've created this contact. His name is Stratego. In this case, we made him smuggler because he offers missions. And that just makes this a little bit more of a shoe-in. And we set up all of his traits and his influence, and we controlled his faction by putting him on a Thaloonian world. And we want it, and now we've also added him a block group for him that's going to control, like give us the ability to talk to him. So we're going to say that my cousin was my best friend until he started working for the competition. Ooh, I understand. We'll take care of it if the rest of the money is right. I need to warn you, the other space cartel won't give up its apples so easily. So you can tell that this is big deal kind of stuff here. We can handle it, says one of your officers. So yeah, but I don't know where he is, admits Stratego. You have to find him first. Spicetender Stratego has added a mission to our list to help us find his cousin Prime. We can accept if we're interested. So there you go. Get the little UI highlight, there on the mission. So he's added this mission called Cousin Hunt, which is the mission that we've defined. So one of the cool things about missions is that they are that you create is that they are driven. There's a good deal of proc gen that is going to help you out with this. So in this case, we didn't really spend. We just told the proc gen thing to figure out where to send it. Change location to a Thaloonian zone was what I think we were saying, right? It looks like that's what we did. Mission config, change location. So here's our change location orders. Change location. Weird that when we said against faction, it came up with Thaloon. Let me check, just do a quick code check. Maybe I have documented that incorrectly. Yes, I have in fact documented this incorrectly. I do it elsewhere. Let's see if it's documented incorrectly in the documentation. So what's it say in change location? 2 is the against faction. 1 is for the friendly faction. So where else do we say that? Because 2 is for the against faction in segments as well. Or steps, so let me just check that. Seems like everybody just might have this backwards. I may just have documented it backwards. That's pretty reasonable if it's the case. You sure that option 5 works that way? If option is 0, if it's -1. No, it's really not done very well. It's not supported, so cool. We will have to fix that for... Okay, so 1, this is just backwards. Cool. That's easy enough to fix. So in this case, that part is actually supported. So we're going to fix our change location is to send it to a not so friendly location. This was oh dang. Sent to the not so friendly location, and we will finish support for alternate factions and steps. That's kind of tough. Just gonna do it right now since I'm here. Int faction is equal to MC option 1. Okay. So if it's just 0, just MC option 5, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I'll fix this later. This is boring. Sorry, guys. Okay, so we will fix that. We are going to stop it. We switched it over to be a negative thing. And we could also, we made these steps for the kind of thematic move here. Thematic move, we made these steps invisible, or unknown, sorry, not invisible, but just unknown. So option 3 for a step is ready as 2, but that's only the ones that are the very first segment. And so that we can test this better, we're going to set these to known but later, so we get some visibility into what the rest of the mission looks like, even though when we get into the real playing of the story, we would want players to not know the steps that follow, because this is really like a hunt and seek kind of game. We're trying to find out where Cousin Prime is hiding. No, don't apologize, Lord of Sin. It's all good, dude. We appreciate everybody showing up when you guys can. Richard dominate the quadrant indeed. Hey Prime, you're back. Look, we're still hunting you, dude. So we're setting up the getting the mission wired up here and taking a closer look at it. Oh, nice. Captain Swiftbrand, what a boss. Okay, so we're not going to do all the testing flying around as much, but we don't do murders, blah, blah, blah. Here we go. Okay, so I want to hear more. Oh yeah, remind me. I wanted to swap him back to a... Sorry, we're going to go in and quickly switch the contact we created from type smuggler, which is the one type smuggler. Is the first contact we ever made in the game. It says a lot about how much we love smuggling. To 32, which is Spicetender, which says a lot about what we think about Spicetender Stratego. But I think that's very important. So now we're going to get this mission with a bit more data, and hopefully, aha, there you go. It would be Richard. Yeah, 1 million starting money we put on the start block. Violet Mistum. So this is our starting block. It's run at the very beginning of the game, and one of the things that we did to help test out the story is we gave a whole boatload of experience to the crew, and we gave 1 million credits. so that we could just get going. So that's sort of like one of the things. We're also making this story start right at the beginning of the game all the time, which isn't necessary at all. But, well, it isn't what you'd want to do in the real game, most likely. But for testing it, you really want easy access to this data and to be able to like see the playthrough. So it's super critical to have it start at the beginning of the game. Yeah, I think this, you could see how this would make a really easy insta 100 million level 40 captain, right? It would add one block to the game, and you're boom, you're the king of the world, which is fine if people want to do that. It's a fun mod. Okay, so now we have exposed the rest of the steps here so that we can look through them, make sure that we like what we see, and we've also fixed our coding and the documentation around. Let me make sure I actually got it right. Set it to -1, which is the against faction, and I did change this to be against faction. To against faction. Against faction. And it says there's a third occurrence. Okay. Yes, so now I've corrected the documentation. Okay, so let's check out Stratego lost track of his cousin Prime, but now he wants him dead. He was last seen on Druic Annex. We have to pick up the trail there. So Druic Annex is over in Serpent's Run. Prime is always in the spice hall. We need to dig around and find out where he went. That's the first clue. That's a segment. First clue is the segment. 1.1 is the step. It'll pay 30,000 credits to track him. Then we're going to say Prime traveled across to Arizona's Annex on Manticore A. That's where we're heading to find him. So it's another jump. And final hunt, Prime is trying to throw our hunt and double backed on his trail. He's hiding somewhere in Druic Annex, which is where he started, right? So he's like done this double back. Now we're doing that very specifically to show off the concept of storing change locations by states. So change location, you can save a location into a state. So here we save the location into game state 2, which is the location of the first step in the first mission, find cousin. And then next time we change location, the last time we change location, we change the location back to the zone that we saved from before. So we're like, save this location, and then we use it again so we can return to Druic Annex. It allows you to, like, if there are certain places, even though you're going to let the proc gen engine pick them. I didn't pick Druic Annex, but we picked it. It's a Richard zone where Cousin Prime has been operating. We want to remember that. We can use that later in other missions. Maybe when we go to kill Cousin Prime, he's at Druic Annex. Would make a lot of sense. So that's a permanent storage of that state, unless you overwrite it with another change location or something, which I wouldn't recommend. Okay. So now we have this mission. So one of the things I wanted to do, I'm going to check and see if he works as a Spicetender, and then I wanted to also make this more exciting. So second clues is the name. We're going to change this to Wilderness Clues, Wilderness Hideout, and Prime led to the wilderness of some wild zone on some zone. We have to find his haunt in the wild. So this is setting us up for a more exciting mission. We had been doing 3. Was in a big rush when I was doing this before. Yeah, Lordison, any mission later could use that again. So it gives you a way to kind of come back to places. It's fun in storylines to have repetition. You could talk about that being a place where he like had his hideout, and maybe you have to visit it 3 or 4 times and then eventually catch him there and kill him. But you have to go other places, and the whole thing moves around. Or it's the court of a contact or something. There's a lot of ways that you could style that as part of your mission. So we're going to go look for a mission step here, and we're looking for explore. So explore 17, that's going to be our new type. So we did 3 urban hunting type steps before, where you're gonna have to like do stealth or intimidate in an urban zone. But now we're gonna mix up this mission by putting an exploration step right in the middle of it. So we do step 17, puts an exploration step in the middle, and what is option 1? Okay, it's known, that's good, it pays. Okay, and now what's important is if we're going to switch this over to 17, we need to make sure that we aren't being sent to this zone. It says go to a non-wild Rishartian zone, or whoever the enemy of for this mission is, right? So that's not going to work very well for us. We're going to have to change this to say that we actually want an indie wild zone. So quirk of the mission config table, that if you want to reference indie, we really wanted to leave 0, which is the indie faction ID. 0 is to be not data. So in this case, 13 indicates you're going to an indie zone. Anywhere you need to use indie in this table, you have to use 13. And then 9 is the wild zone type. So that we want to go, all wild zones are indie, so it's sort of required. You say go to indie wild zone, right? So that'll give us an exploration thing. And then finally, we want to, it's always nice to kind of help a player out a little bit by not stranding them somewhere, kind of like sending them off into the wilderness, to Druic Annex. And if you have a story, it's nice to bring them home, right? So we're going to have a turn home segment here, final segment of the mission, and change location. So let's just copy this because it's easier. This is nicer. So change location. This is mission. Our group mission group is 2. And we want to just change to home. And that means we're actually going to just set the rest of this to 0. So that's going to send us home. And then we're going to just look at our step table, and visit is like the super common Spice Hall hangout option. So that's nice. We're just going to set the step type to 1. It's like a super friendly, super easy kind of thing to do. And it's known but later. And since we're at home, it's going to go against the loon unless we tell it to go against somebody else, which if it's against the loon, that actually indicates it's friendly most of the time. So a visit against the loon is going to be a friendly visit for the loon. You'll get used to this stuff if you work on it for a while. With news of cousin primes, whereabouts in hand we need to return to and give our report. So I put in 2 interpolation keys here, and we're going to do contact title, contact name. We're going to make one that merges the 2 of those so you can use more fields, because that's kind of a little annoying to have to do both. Okay, so now we've extended our mission. We've added an exploration step. Things just keep getting more complicated. We're probably going to add more stuff to this. It's still feels like we probably need a fight. But this is still pretty good. Captain Mauser. Yeah, Violet, now you can do whatever you want. Yes, yes, yes. We need more vignettes for off factions, for sure. A lot of Kickstarter influences driving us to Steel Song and Kadar. You should see the list that's left to go. Oh, Kadar, Kadar, Kadar. Okay, so we're landing here. We're gonna, again, it's a little tough because we do have to play through this every time, so a lot of skip all will be in your story testing, I believe. Okay, cool this time. Spicetender doesn't usually offer missions, right? But because we've added a story mission to his list, the missions thing appears, and you can now take a look at it. So here's the mission that we've created. Let's see. Stratego lost track of his cousin Prime, now wants him dead. Prime fled to the wilderness of Cathedral Hills on Haley to find his haunt in the wilds. We need to go back to Borodino Gate. So last time it was Druid Annex. This time it's Borodino Gate, and it has also procced against Moklamoon this time instead of Richard. We do need to find a way to store that. That's kind of interesting. So that you could ask it to proc another mission against Moklamoon, probably. If you didn't want to hard code it. It's much easier if you just want to hard code it. But with news of Cousin Prime's whereabouts in hand, we need to return to Spicetender Stratego and give our report. So all the stuff we added there looks like it worked really quite well. Oh no, he fled to the wilderness. Yeah, I know. What a punk. Okay, so let's actually like play out this mission. So this is a little problematic. That's not going away, so something went wrong there. But we're not going to take the mission again. That's a bug. We have it once, so let's try to fly there. Did you see how lucky I got there in the last couple of AU? Oof, the fuel that I could have. I needed a refuel, but it didn't. It didn't zero me out. It let me get through the gate without an emergency jump. It's amazing. I'm amazing. Best Star Traders player ever. Yeah, Violet. We've actually changed the balance on them a little bit. We rewrote the proc-gen weighting system last week, so that'll be a big fix. And then those sorts of missions will be held prevented if you're like below Captain 6. Below level 6, you probably are not going to see them as much as you used to. They were a little heavily weighted. That was my bad. It does make it harder. Yeah, exactly. 34 indeed. Okay, so here we are. We have arrived at the first step of Cousin Hunt. So Prime is always in the Spice Hall. We need to dig around and find out where he went. So here we have our options. We can kick back. Okay. So this is a case in which we failed to use the item name field of our mission config correctly. So you can see in the mission that there's a missing name, right? There's like here we can find trail in the record of systems we were caught snooping around. So we're looking for somebody. We need to have provided the name to the game so that it can inject it into all these things. And that's pretty easy. It's just putting it into the name field of the segment. So in the segment documentation, name 2 is the segment item name. Is whenever your mission item is associated with all the package. It is also used in other step types that such as to hold the name of the item, intel, or person you are seeking. So in this case, we just want to what we missed here was to put Cousin Prime into these segments. So for the 702 ones, we need to put them. Oh, I also did miss, since we changed this step over to exploration. If you look at the step template, in the step template, there's a note that the short text that appears in the card needs to be put into the name to field. So we forgot that. So here's our exploration step, and let's say the card is find a used latrine. Okay, so they gave themselves away. Surface latrine, just awful. If you're gonna hide, you have to be really careful where you keep your latrines. So this is what got them busted. So we found leads to a deserted base. Okay. You have to keep these short. You have to test in the game, but that looks maybe short enough. Okay. So that'll fix our the text, hopefully, but let's just finish the mission anyway. We want to get through the testing cycle here to try to see if we can flush out any other problems. So infiltrating the record system from a terminal within Starport, we dug up what we need about movements. So that would be Cousin Prime's movements before security swept through. Between traveler manifests, surveillance, data, and dockmaster notes on each ship that recently landed, we've learned. What did we learn? Okay. These are another place where we have to document what we've learned. Some of these steps use what we've learned in this same way that we've got this. So this is what we've learned. We would want to say that Cousin Prime has fled to the wilds, has gone out on the land. Pretty good, right? That sounds really good. And then is hiding somewhere with the local Spice Space Apple cartel. It says under the protection. The rival. So it's true, he went rogue. So this just helps feed the mission system secrets, things that are hidden from the player, and then kind of punches up this text so there's actually something that they feel like they have learned that's different, so that you can really string this along, because we want to be able to say from one step to the next, why do we think he went to the wilderness? Well, we found that he's gone out on the land. So we've got some, we have good rep changes. We lost some Moon rep, and we're going to boogie on and see if we can, navigate. 2 jumps. Oh, yeah, the places we have to go. Yeah, the error will return, just so you guys know. I know modders are going to work on it probably immediately, but it's also on our story list, so. Hey, Harrothier. Welcome to the stream. That's interesting. Interesting comment. I'm not sure exactly what it means. That's interesting. I would love you to expound so that I could say something. Star Trek Frontiers development started like on the back of a number of other games we made, and yeah, I mean, did sound reasonable at the time, but has grown quite extensive, and is at the whims of my story desires sometimes. So some of this stuff is pretty excessively wrapped around what we wanted to build. Okay, so here we are landing. We're cousin hunting. So I took this mission before we had fixed the Excel spreadsheet. So the text that we put into the Excel spreadsheet, this a used surface latrine leads to a deserted base, would appear on this card right here, which is what we want. That's pretty fun. So now we have to get through some explorations. Let's just hope we get lucky. No. Horribly demoralized. Ooh. That's rough stuff. Well, we did find some raw spice. Heck yeah, Spicetender's gonna love it. I don't want to fight pirates because this crew is sort of like, okay, cool. So our search yielded results. We're gonna, we finished our mission. We gained some exploration data. Cool, we've done it. And let's take that spice while we're here. I mean, you know, who could actually resist trying to make money while you're playing Star Traders? This place is awful. Don't even know where to go. I need an indie pit stop. I doubt I'm going to get through that. Yeah, there's no way I'm going to get through that gate without having to emergency jump. It doesn't really matter, I guess. You know, when it all comes down to it, I'm testing a story. I have a million credits. How bad can it be? Let's just jump. Navigate. So I got into that trouble because I had just clicked on the gate specifically. Boom. Oh boy, we did have some deserters. Oh yeah, okay, whatever, guys. Testing a story here. Leave me alone. Yes, Herothier. It is definitely. It has. Yeah, I think you're definitely right. Okay, to go back to your original comment, that sounds good and entirely reasonable. Let's go with it. A lot of the stories started quite reasonable, but we'd love to make sure that they feel full and they have enough branches and that they feel realistic. They don't have like holes in the back of them. So they grew into pretty complicated beasts. Every one of these takes a lot of time to figure out how it fits into the world and how that makes sure that it feels good. And so, yes, they are. I would not want to go back and try to like add something to a Fane storyline. I'm very excited. We're coming back quite soon to add new things like future Fane events, but to go back and try to be like, oh yeah, at such and such a step of Eric's thing, we're gonna add a couple more missions or like a new branch. No, it's just it's too hard. This stuff gets extensively tested when it's delivered. The player base crashes on it really hard. We get any feedback we need. We kind of lock it down and we try to be done and look forward. So yeah, I think that's pretty sage read on it. Hmm. Well, we had a really big. I have to find it, but we had this really big. This it almost. No, I would say let's be realistic. It was completely, insanely unreasonable story plan. Let me see if I can find it. No. We definitely start with totally unreasonable ideas. I don't want to come off wrong. No. What was planned is way beyond whatever made it into the game, let's say. Um, I won't. It has spoilers, so I won't show it in a resolution that isn't reasonable. But um, uh, pretty much every one of those green boxes was going to be an era. Um, so when we really first put this all together, it was totally insane. Let's say that. So there, and we've been really meticulous about pre-planning a lot of these epics. Some of the eras we're still going through and actually filling them in, and we're going to get to them. Um, some of them will probably be looked at future games or as something that occurred in the time period between STF 1 and 2 or all of that, I guess. Um, yeah, we've tried to keep it as reasonable as we can. Okay, so we've come back to this place, Bordini Gate. We knew this is where our guy came back to. Thankfully, we still have, and this is where this text would now say that we have learned that he is under the protection of the rival spice thing. Cool. Okay, so we've done a good deal. Okay, I'm just gonna fine. Since we're trying to do this, we're just gonna get all the way home. We want to do this whole mission. We just make sure that it actually works. There's some missing tags. There's some stuff we might want to do that make it better. But we went to the places. We ran all the steps. We did exploration. It was good. So that's important. And now we want to get back to our contact. And it would just see if this works out well. Oh, it's not working out very well. There's a crew mutiny. It's awful. Not most of it. I mean, I am in terms of by the time we got to Star Traders Violet Mist, I have transitioned pretty much in a creative director role. So I worked really closely with the art team, coming with all the references and the costume design and the outlandish nature of Star Traders, and picked very closely, directed, since we didn't have that much artwork, very closely directed the look of all the outfits. And then because we also have budget scope things going on, I have done a number of outfits and faces myself based on the style set by the artists who were more professional than I was. So I did have some creative play within the game, but the majority of the art was not done by me, just directed by me. Harrowthier, we work a lot with partners, so our team flexes up and down in size. At the peak of Star Traders, there were maybe 7 people if you counted all of the people. Music, sound effects, art, everybody. Cyber Knights I would say at the peak of Cyber Knights Flashpoint, we have peaked at 20 people working on the game, but that's a lot of art team. The art team is so much bigger for a big 3D game than what we needed for Star Traders, which was 2 people, 2 artists. Okay, so we're back. Here we are. We have completed the mission. We're going to meet over the spice plate. We're going to give news of Cousin Prime's whereabouts to the Spicetender. Okay, so now primarily what's missing. Yeah, that was sort of Harrow there. That's sort of like with the most people working on it at once. But as we, we still have people working on sound effects. We still have the team working on music, or still composing more music. But for example, the people doing animations are pretty much done, and so they've folded off the team. Concept art team has been done for a long time now, and they've stepped away. So yeah, peaked, I think, is a good word. Okay, so we broke this at some point. I have to figure out why this is broken. What is allowing him to keep street? I want to hear more about your cousin. Oh, we just never put a state on it. So this has to be state. It's gonna set state 3, and it's gonna be negative state 3. So this is like game state. We're gonna note for state 3 is that Spicetender Stratego offers find cousin mission only once, right? So we want to make sure that we don't allow that to happen multiple times. So in a pre-state check, a positive number means it must be there, and a negative number means that it can't be there. So this pattern of adding a negative in the pre and adding the corresponding positive in the post allows a block to run one time and then sort of opt itself out of future runs, right? So that's cool. I think what we have really probably avoided doing throughout here, which we're going to do now. Shouldn't have stopped that. Shouldn't have finished that mission. I should have. One of the things you will really want to get into when you're testing stories is save games for yourself. You're going to want to save scum so that you have save games of your storyline at all these different points. I would have been really wise for me to save scum that save game at every one of the steps of that mission so that I could, even though it wasn't perfect, I could still go back and try step 4. Still. C'est la vie. Here we are. So really wanted. Okay. Okay. This is sort of unfortunate because now I have to run that whole mission again to make this worthwhile, but we're going to put in a step adjustment. A step adjustment allows you to set blocks for the step that came right before it. So we can set trigger blocks on this step, this like return step. So we're gonna set. We don't need any game state, and this is like an unlosable block, unlosable segment. Or the step itself, like visiting the spice hall, it never goes wrong. So we're gonna set that to option 0. We're not gonna do we're not gonna run a block before the mission step. Actually, let's just test that out. We'll just show it off. So this is now gonna be 2 different blocks. Little 2 blocks. So this is 8 and 9. This is like before end of cousin hunt mission, and this is on success of cousin hunt mission. Okay, so we make these 2 new blocks. Yeah, I got about 10 more minutes, guys. It's late here. I can't do this too much longer. Okay, so we're gonna have dialogue events. That's kind of boring. So beforehand we'll do a dialogue event. That seems fine. So we're gonna grab a dialogue of Spicetender, and he's gonna say, "I really hope you have some good news. Here's my space apple contracts are drying up fast." Yeah, you can check out our videos on demand. Harothier, welcome to the stream for the first time. That's awesome, dude. Hope you'll give a follow. This is in fact a stream dedicated to modding. We just released over the last week Star Trader's story modding, or the capability to do full-blown story modding in Star Traders. We were like fixing a couple things that weren't quite there. And so this stream and the stream that came right before it was recorded earlier today. Has a good hour and a half looking at this concept as well. A lot of our other mods they're dev focused. We're not playing games generally. We're working on making games and hanging out. So we really appreciate you to come by. That's awesome, dude. Check there's like a videos button somewhere around here. Thanks, Violet. I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm glad you think I'm doing well. Okay, so when you meet the cousin, he's gonna say, "I really hope you have some good news. My spice apple trade is contractor drying up fast." So this is a dialogue event. It's the before mission. So we want to make sure that we set before the mission runs. It's gonna run block number 8, and Violet, Edge's proc requirement is that you have an empty crew or officer bunk on your boat. That's it. And after is 9. So 9 is on the success of the mission. And, oh, that's important not to carry these around. Better make sure there's nothing else weird going on here. We don't need this. Okay, this is what you get. You should be very careful copying rows on yourself. Make sure you copy the row you really want to copy. Okay, so this is dialog 6. We're going to just trying to figure out what to do to sort of exercise the system. Best, right? So, okay, so I'm gonna, what we're gonna do here is we're gonna state a new game state that says find cousin mission has been completed, right? So we're gonna save game state number 4 is going to indicate that we have completed the mission. So we set that at when you run the mission block for the end of the mission, it's going to save 4. It says set 4 to 1, which we'll use to push forward the rest of the mission. So this is a dialogue event. We're just going to have some more talking. Okay, so now, which is dialogue 7, and the Spicetender, like you're going to say, this is how Star Traders generally does it. We just summarize. And so we do like ... and that's everything we learned. So you kind of like jump in media res into the middle of the conversation. She shows up all the time, dude. That's really weird for me. She's a very common occurrence. She's one of the easier ones to proc for sure. So you tell him that's everything we learned, and then if we don't get rid of my cousin, these apples are going to rot on shelves. I have someone in my employ who can help you if you'll take them on board onto your crew. That's interesting development. Okay. We'll consider it. And then we're going to put in one of these golden lines of text, as we discussed earlier. It's often to kind of help, good to help the players along with a nice font 1 is gold, kind of like a nice, nice reminder of the rules here. Spicetender Stratego is offering us a special recruit. We need an empty bunk if we wish to take this assassin on to our ship. Okay, so now we're going to learn that they're offering an assassin, right? So, okay. Okay, so now we're going to do a little bit more work here. Okay, so we've popped open these two new blocks. I'm just not being too careful with cut and paste at the moment, but I need to be more careful. These blocks both require 4, right? So put in the pre-requirement of 4, which is something that we notably got when you finished the cousin hunt mission, right? So these won't appear, they wouldn't evaluate true until cousin hunt evaluates as true. And we want them, we're going to add them to the Stratego contact block list. So Stratego, let's see, this is Stratego's blocks, right? So I think that's right. Nope. This is Stratego's blocks. What is this? Oh, this is a meeting Stratego dialogue choice number 1, right? This is Stratego's blocks. We're going to add 10 and 11 here. So these two will possibly proc or show if you've completed the mission, right? They're only going to show if you've completed the mission. And then we're going to use a pre-has officer space. Gotta make sure we get that right. Precondition. This is one of the trickier ones to get right. There's a number of values. I'll try to document it at the same time. Okay, so if it's -1, okay. Okay, so there's two options here, 2 and -2. So -1 and 1 indicate officer space and not officer space. Players don't like officers. They want crew. So -2 is true if you do not have space, and 2 is true if you do have space. So let's say -2 is I don't have any empty bunks. This assassin should join me. This elite assassin should join my crew. So this is going to come up basically because we've set this, and the ordering here will be the first dialog block, which only appears once to offer the mission. Then we have 2 more blocks that could appear once you've completed the mission. As we're using run multiple is 0, evaluate all, but only run the first. You're going to check 10. So if you've completed the mission and you don't have space in your crew, have a great one, Lord of Sin. Thanks for coming by. Really appreciate it. Thank you all. If you don't have space in your crew bunks, then this one will show up. And because it evaluates only the first one will show, it would stop there. If you do have space in your crew, it will come up false, and the evaluation will continue to the second one, which is the elite assassin should join my crew. And that will be a more fun event. So that's going to actually be a recruit event. We're going to bring on an elite assassin, and this is just going to be a dialogue event. Right, where we're going to kind of, so what dialogue are we at? We're at 8. So this will be dialogue 8 and has no preconditions, no postconditions at this time. And this is going to be dialogue 9. So 8 is going to be the captain speaks. No, the officer speaks. That's actually officer speaking. Wish we had space. Wish we had space. We don't. Maybe later. We're just getting terse. And then captain speaks 1. Okay. And if you do bring the assassin aboard, welcome aboard. And then we're going to put in a gold line to tell us what's happened here. So assassin Hero here has joined the crew. Watch out. Okay. Did I get that right? Yes, assassin Harothir has joined the crew. Boom, bang. Okay, so this is again, we're added this as a pre-dialogue, which will run before, yeah, no, keep an eye on that guy. It will run before the main event, and the event is going to be a recruit event, so we're going to grab all this code. That needs to be a 2 very badly. And then this is going to be the third group within the mission table. So let's put a 3 right there. Cool. So now we're going to recruit. So we have to fill in this this thing. This is our first character, the special character for the story. So we're going to give him a character story ID of 1. He is a crew member. His faction is the Lunian. His primary job is going to be assassin. So let's look up what in the job config table, we got to figure out what assassin is. Whoa, it is 10. And we're going to force a secondary job. Nah, we're not going to force a secondary job. Your crew, you can't have 2 jobs. Take that. So now we have to indicate some other values. These all need to get, they're all in the wiki, right? You think they made it into the wiki. They didn't, then I probably need to get them. Oh yeah, okay. They didn't make it yet, so this would be like skill key, skills and attributes. Okay. So here's skills. I'm gonna insert some code. You guys are seeing Star Traders mod support built live before your eyes. I hope you like the look, because it's what we got. And here is attributes. Boom, code block, C++. Heading. Okay, cool. So, added attributes and skills. Okay, so now we have to put in, from this list, we need to pick the primary highest attribute. What's your highest attribute, Harathier? Yeah, right? It's really quite amazing. Quickness, too. Okay, how about next down the list? What do you got? What's your second? I'll fill in the rest. Strength. All right, that sounds like an assassin to me. All right, and then we're going to put in charisma, because that definitely seems right. And fortitude. And now the fourth field here is a boost to all attributes, so we're going to do a 2. Just going to kind of push all the attributes a little higher. For this swordsman, we want to make this character really cool, so the highest big skill boost is blades and evasion and stealth, and then that's it. We're just going to boost those 3 things. That's fun. And we're going to give you 2 traits from the traits table. We are going to give you ill-tempered. Sorry, dude. Just grabbing randomly. And sharp-witted, plus 25% chance of double XP. Ill-tempered is going to keep you never rising above 80 morale, though, so that's kind of cool. And then these are optional, so I'm just going to give you 2 starting traits. It's pretty cool. And we are going to look in the character sprites folder. Nope. The dialogues folder. Nope. Third tries a charm. To give you a cool looking face. So we're going face 48. We are giving you outfit. $20. And we're not going to put any accessories on you at the moment. Keep it simple. Okay, so now we have this recruit event. We'd have to play all the way through again to see it, which is sort of frustrating at this point because it's late. Yeah, blades and evasion. Heck yeah, why not stack a little tactics? Oh, well, you can have hard hitting. We can add that. I mean, this is mod land. We do whatever you want. $21 it is. So traits. Okay, so now you get 3 traits. I think 3 is fair, Harith here. Let's not ask for too much. Wink, wink. I don't know. You want to be klepto anyway. Cause a lot of trouble. Okay, so there's our recruit event for Harathier, the assassin. So that will be something that then comes up in the game once you have completed the first mission. The smuggler is going to basically force you to take this assassin on board. I'm not trying to make a good story, guys. I'm just trying to show off sections of the thing. It's a pretty cool idea. So now once you have taken the assassin on board, he's going to set state 5. So this is now game state we need to record. Assassin Herothier has been recruited, right? Game state 5, and that's going to again drive another block. Right, 12, it's our new block. This is like with the assassin. In your ranks, it's time to go after my cousin. Now we're getting serious. Now the blood's going to have to flow. So this new block is going to depend on state 5, right? So it depends on the state set by recruiting the assassin. So it won't show up until the assassin has been recruited, and we're going to put it in into Stratego's blocks. So he will make that offer only after. Yeah, Modland's pretty fun. I should do this more often. We should just write some stories together. It'd be a great deal of fun. Also, critically, once we recruited the assassin, we want to make sure that none of the offers to recruit the assassin keep showing up. So so these 2 offers, I don't have any bunks, and the assassin should join up now, require that you've completed the first mission, but also will be removed once you have recruited the assassin. The mission, the offer to go in the next mission will only appear after you've recruited the assassin. So we're doing this kind of like, we're tightly controlling what block will appear at the top of the stack, right? And in this case, we're going to put a 10 as our new dialogue, and we're going to do a mission config event, and it's going to be 4. And this is going to actually remove itself as well. So same deal, where this block will only appear once you recruit the assassin, but once state 6 is set, which it sets by running itself, it will remove itself. So it's going to appear, allow you to click it one time and go away. So let's record that game state. That's game state is 6. Kill cousin mission has been offered, right? So now we're going to make a mission called Kill Cousin. Here it's going to be mission event config event 4. Yeah, it's all really, I mean, all this is how we build all the stories, not with this tool exactly, but like all these structures are exactly what I've been building stories with for years. So it's all pretty well tailored to what you would want to do. What you need, what if you like this style of Star Trek stories, we should be able to carry those forward. And the stuff that happens, going way outside of that is maybe difficult, but if you want to stay within the sort of bounds that you've seen within the game, should be extremely viable. Yeah, thanks guys. I'm glad it's helpful. I really want to do these streams, talk to them as sort of, I might come back and do them again as like more focused tutorials, but I think this should give everybody who wants to think about doing this a real good shot at getting it working, right? Okay, so let's see. We have this. It's going to show up. All right, let's just make sure it's in the mission block. So it's in Stratego's blocks. He has 4 different options. We've sort of sequenced them with the right states to ensure that they don't only show up when they should show up. And now we have to go make another mission, right? So first mission was this mission, and now we're going to grab another mission. We put in the header. We're going to put in a segment. We're going to change location. We're going to add a step. We're going to adjust that step by adding some blocks. We're going to change location again. We're going to put in a segment. We're going to add a step, and we're going to adjust that step and attach some trigger blocks. So there's the new story. Now all these have to be filled in. So this is a mission for Stratego. Currently, we were going to have to work on this because this may come up against a different faction, which is kind of not what we want to be able to have some control over that. Not going to mess with that. It doesn't require an edict. This is cousin kill. With the famous assassin Herothier in our crew. It is time to go up against the deadly spice apple cartel. Okay, it's time. This is the showdown. Violet, that actually is probably a subject I should cover maybe in a future stream here about the use of timers. We haven't done any timer stuff here yet, but well, we did at the very beginning, but we just set the timer as 0, so it's something to come back to probably. Segment type. So this is a pass-fail segment, so it's the easiest type of one. We don't have to worry about that. This is knife in the dark. Okay, so we are going to kill cousin prime. We're going to change location. We're going to set it to state. And remember that earlier we saved the location of the first step of where in the first mission, the location, once it was Druid prime, that's what I remember, into 2. So we're going to return to 2 now, right? We're going back there again. So we return there again, and then we're going to do some murdering. So this is going to set, let's see, we want to find a crew combat, right? Combat crew 8. Bonk. We're going to have a combat crew. And in this case, I'm going to set, I haven't used this option before, we're going to delay the payment. So you do not get paid upon killing the cousin, but you have to come home. The payment gets rolled forward. So you don't lose the payment, but the payment when you return to Stratego will include what the ProcGen mission figured out for the payment of your step, right? So we're going to delay it. We're not doing an alternate faction. We're not excluding it under any condition. Urban battle. So this is a, wait, is that a description? Oh, okay. Cousin Prime is well guarded, and we have to go after him with blades and bullets. Cool. It's got to be a battle. So it's going to be a fight. We're adjusting this. We're going to put some blocks on it so that there's some, because now we're in a condition where you can lose. So what do we have to figure out what do we want to do in the case of death, right? If you lose fighting, what should we do about it? Then we're going to change location home. So that's easy, all zeros here. The segment type is going to be 1. The step type is going to be 1. We're just like visiting, right? So this is known but later. They don't need a counter. There's no game state conditional. And we're going to pay on completion, and we're not going to use an alternate faction. And this one you can't lose, so we're only going to set a winning block. Yeah, pretty cool, right? I love Star Traders for this madness. Space apples saved. So we've saved the day here. We've liberated the space apples with the enemy space apple cartel brought to their knees. We've paved the way for Spicetender Stratego to achieve great riches. Okay, cool. And because of that, we're also going to add another boost payment. So this is one we haven't used before. You can arbitrarily bump the payment of things. All these need to be 4s because this is what I'm catching up on that one. This 4, right, matches the mission config event ID 4. Yeah, spice apples and assassins, heck yeah. I love it. So we can put in an arbitrary bonus, but I'm just going to put in a 50% bonus. So that's going to bump the price of the mission a lot, which is good because this is like a big fight, right? And I think we're kind of running out of gas here, guys. I've been on for an hour and 20. It's after midnight. So I'm just gonna actually really quick toss in these 4 blocks. So this is cousin kill before the fight. Cousin kill won the fight, right? Cousin kill lost the fight. Cousin kill returned victorious. So 13, 14, 15, 16. 13, 14, 15, and 16. So that should give us a ton of nice. So we'll just check our SQL. It looks all really good. Just dump it in here, run this. So it does load into the game. I think we're just going to continue to work on what we were working on yesterday. So I'll bring up the spreadsheet we've been working on. Here we have, we've been working on this. Last night we were, yeah, that's cool, Thuvian. Thuvian's mentioning the brute force method that we're using to get these IDs offset. You've got this ID offset here that's used that helps, it allows you to write low IDs like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we'll turn them into 25,005. I would love to hear about a graceful method as well. I think probably the easiest place to do it would be some sort of post processing step that takes the SQL actually and goes through the SQL fields and up cases and down cases certain fields. The trouble is it's not all numbers. You don't want to do it all the time. You don't want to do it if it's zeros. Sometimes a number is negative and therefore you need to subtract the offset instead of adding the offset. So I've brute forced it into all the places that it matters. So yeah, it makes the sheet a little brittle. It's super important that if you're going to take you're going to grab a step field, you need to copy the whole step field, including its formula, because that formula is special for only that row, to make sure that all the right checks are done and that the offset's set in certain places. So it's complicated, I guess. Hey, everybody on Twitch, thanks for hopping on. I'm just starting to pick up where we left off yesterday. Yesterday, we had just set up this cool sequence of events that we never actually got to test. So I'm going to make sure that it gets tested now. We were trying out the recruit event. So we had and attaching blocks to missions. So we had made a new mission, a second mission called Cousin Kill, and we'd actually put a block in the end of the first mission. So at the end of the first mission, yeah, Elfwood, we're about to do some testing. So at the end of the first mission, we've added this block, which is going to run some storyline, allow you to talk to the contact again, and then that will prompt the beginning of a sequence where you're invited to recruit a powerful story assassin who's going to help us hunt down Cousin Prime and eliminate him. So we'll see how I did. Sort of one of the things I had mentioned previously was trying to avoid doing a bunch of additions without testing any of them, but we did a bunch of additions without testing any of them. So here we are, we're going to start testing. It's the beginning of the game. Here's the regular intro for the game, and then our intro runs and gives us 1,000,000 credits to get going, and then we have a trigger block that's been set on a zone that will only fire on Thalunian zones, so it doesn't fire on a wild zone. But we land on a Thalunian zone, we are going to be met by Spicetender Stratego, who has some conversation with us about his spice AppSpice space Apple Cartel, and he wants us to murder his cousin. And we have this dialogue tree that comes up. We have the option to ask more about his cousin, and then brings us back to the same dialogue tree. In fact, we do murders. We will kill your cousin. That's great. Come by my spice hall and talk. Now the story at this point adds a contact. So we've got a special contact that's been created with us, and that contact has a trigger block on the contact, which offers some story as well. We set up his rep, his faction, his influence. We picked all of his traits. So we've set up this contact through the context, which we really need to get documented. Real quick break to make. So missions. Let's see. Okay. Okay, so the mission event. I'll come back to it. Okay, so I want to hear more. My cousin was my best friend until he started working with the competition. Hey, Violet. Yes, episode 3. Let's go. I'm trying to get through all the use cases back to back because I want everybody to know all the stuff you can do. I want to show it all off. So I think, honestly, this, it's a couple of hours of watching, but if people want to see how to mod Star Traders, watching this stream is pretty much going to be your playbook. I think it's going to really get you going. And after that, then if you have questions, the doc will be helpful. So my cousin was best friend until he started working the competition. We understand, we'll take care of it. And so then we can handle it. Yeah, but I don't know where it is, so you got to find him. Spicetender Stratego's added this. We put in this gold line to help prompt the player so they know what's going on. This mission has appeared, and he only offers missions. Let's check it on the... Okay, so we're going to go there. Looks like it's not too bad. So in this case, we left for testing purposes. We've been talking a lot about how to test your missions effectively. For testing purposes, we have left all of these mission steps as visible, even though it doesn't really make sense. That we really would want to hide everything after the first one because you don't want to give the player like this sense of pre-knowledge that you're not going to find him at Central Radicyclos. And then you're going to have to come back to Central Radicyclos. That kind of doesn't make any sense. So you generally would make these unknown, but building out a mission is going to take a special type of thinking about how to make sure you can easily check this stuff before you come back and just hide it all, right? So here's our mission, and we have attached a special story block only at the end here. But we could have attached story blocks, trigger blocks all the way through at the different win and before the mission step and after mission step, which you'll see a lot in the Star Traders stories. When you're on a story mission in Star Traders, generally it's nice for the player to get some extra dialogue. We didn't do it because we're just trying to show off the cases. We only attached one at the end, but it would be nice maybe at the third step for the officers to grouse about the fact that Cousin Prime has, doubled back and is trying to throw us, and he's back at that same place that we started looking. Okay, so we're going to waypoint to this. The testing here really is wrapped around running this mission at this point. So this is also a place I was talking about last night where some careful save scumming may save you some really important time. Hello, Estelle. Wow, she wants us to come along. The money's right, and I don't think I want to get involved, so go away. Cyber Knights as a game has changed its dialogue style so that we have enough metadata to color and icon all of the choices, which makes playing fast so much more pleasing. Because you can really get places quickly. You really hey, aka Wolfie Wolf, thanks for signing on. I wanted to give a quick shout out to Lord of Sin last night. I missed him completely. He gave us a $5 bit donation for the stream. Really appreciate it as always, but I don't have all the fancy Twitch stuff set up, so it just sort of like I just thought it was an emoji in chat, which is awful. Very bad streamer. Psh. Hey, okay, we got the crew assembling. This is great. So now we're at Central Radicyclos. Crazy name. Pretty cool place though. Looks like Central to me. And we're gonna do cousin hunts. So Prime is always in the spice hall. We need to dig around and find out where he went. So we've got this kickback. We're gonna see if we can bribe some people, and we need to negotiate safe. We've got to rough them up offer on our hands. We could intimidate our way to it. We get Starport Records. Yesterday I just did Starport Records. Yeah, well, our Spicetender Stratego is certainly able to help you with that, I'm sure. We sort of did the basics. Yesterday we just did electronics because it was easy, but you also want, with your missions, you really want to test different cases. You're going to want to fail missions on purpose at times. You're going to want to try different. Yeah, we are a Richard Spice Hall, so here it is. It's the best and nothing but the best. So we want to try different steps as well. So we're going to rough them up. Our strong arm approach cowed an entertainer into talking. It turns out that Cousin Prime did not stay here long. Between busted heads and a few black eyes, we've learned that Cousin Prime has gone out on the land. Now that specific phrasing, Cousin Prime has gone out on the land, is something we included in the mission configuration. So we have learned that Cousin Prime has gone out on the land. We could have written anything we wanted there, and this is giving the player the prompts. And you could also have dialogue that would follow up. Like the officers could discuss this. Would also be a nice way to kind of help a player get more context than just the missions. The missions are pretty procedural. They have a certain amount of info that they are capable of communicating to a player, but you can see there's a lot of system stuff being displayed here. So this little sentence might not do it. You might really want to put a win trigger block on this mission and put in some dialogue. All right, so now we have to evidently go exploring. Sounds lovely. Heading back the way we came. Thankfully, all of this went well. Actually, it's another thing that occurred to me last night. When we have been setting up our missions, one of the things that you set up in a mission definition is the maximum distance for any step. It's very early in the game because we're doing a start event, so the maximum distance is already going to be like 1 or 2. But by setting it as 0, we're not limiting. Oh, I did set it as 2 here. That's pretty smart. I should have set it for 2 and cousin kill, which would prevent it from ever going above 2. So even setting it, I think 1 works. So we could even try 1. That might force it within the local quadrant or a neighboring quadrant at the absolute max. So 0 is not going to set it. It'll let the proc gen engine set it. You can set it as 1 as a minimum. That's another way to kind of fast track your testing, right? You don't want a bunch of travel time. If you get like an 8 jump mission, this is going to take a bit longer to get the test going. So now we're headed back to we had to do the Vengen Plateau. This is where the mission is. We're going to land real quick and spice everybody up, and we're going to do cousin hunt here. So I just don't want Xenos, you know. I don't even want scavengers. Okay. Oh, and this is cool. This is a thing we missed last night. Oh boy. Another thing, so this text in this card right here, use surface latrine leads to a deserted base, is in the mission step, the short text for the card game is, let's say, or discovered intel information. So that's so the short text of the card game is put in that segment. So for this Explorer segment, we have put in the text, use surface latrine leads to a deserted base. Here we go. We have this. Yeah, you can never really force it to do the same quadrant, Violet, but you can make it do at the maximum neighboring. So if you want some missions really feel better if you do it that way, like a story mission that is about a local problem. It's no fun if you end up with like a 16 jump mission or something. So I'm gonna train an explorer, maybe an exo scout. Who do I want? Maybe I just want both. This dude's a quartermaster exo scout, so gonna reroll. I only want stuff I can actually buy. Thank you very much. I reroll. And that's the best I'm gonna get, I guess. Too low level. Bummer. Okay, well I did get one reroll, so we can at least knock this Xeno card out. Nobody wants to die to Xeno. Hey, Stratego, we're still hunting down your cousin here. So here we go. We have now hit this surface latrine, and we have discovered and we have finished the mission. Again, this is a really good place to put in a post, a win block for your mission, right? This is the extent of the info that the player is going to get, is just this little blurb. All the procedural stuff. Gained rep, lost rep, payment, but it doesn't really give them any context as to what they discovered. So it's really nice place. Part of this is just decorating a mission with enough dialogue and chatter between the officers and the captain to help build up the context and make it feel like you're really on a galactic hunt for a criminal. Because Prime is a real scumball, evidently. I think he might be a blade dancer. I was thinking about this. He might be the blade dancer is helping Stratego get all of this stuff in and out of the spice hall, the spiced space apples out of the spice hall and into the black market. And when he left and he was a really good blade dancer. And when he left, it really has sort of left Stratego in a lurch. And now that the enemy cartel is moving all their spice-based apples using Cousin Prime's amazing blade dancing and ritualized retreat skills. So nothing's getting confiscated. And you know how bad confiscation is. Okay, we're going to surrender to looting. This is sort of the mode of story testing, right? You're in a short cycle. You don't really care that much what happens to your crew. You're trying to just get through the motions, basically. Okay, so now we've come back again to the same place. He's double backed again. Double backed on his trail. We have to come back again here. This is sort of we're doing this to demonstrate the saving of a state concept, but still very useful. Off we go again. Hey everybody, thanks for coming on. If you have questions, we're working on documenting as we go. I want to put this max jumps. This is add a step. Well, that's a step. Add a step. Okay. This is the delay, big one. Or information gained. So if this step is an intel gathering mission, steps such as this field is used as the text in the mission success screen to state what was discovered, such as that Cousin Prime is hiding in the wilderness, and should be used to make the okay, that's good enough. All right, so that's documented. Okay, so we're surrendering to looting and continuing on. We're just trying to get home now. Yeah, this guide I'll post it here. It's very, very detailed at this point. It's been really a lot of help from the crew. It's a Google document, so you can make suggestions and leave comments directly in it. It's open for everybody to comment on. There's a lot more to document, like a ton more. This is again, this is why I would recommend watching this Twitch stream if you're interested in story modding. We'll try to run the three of them together into a big YouTube 4-hour extravaganza, but I think you're going to learn the most just from kind of crashing on this stream and seeing everything that we're doing. And then the documentation will make a ton more sense. The doc is very concept heavy at this point. Yeah, Violet, I could, but I don't even want to train my crew because I'm just trying to sort of blitz the story, right? So notably, Stratego is waiting for us to finish this mission. So his block group, none of his blocks eval as true, and his trigger block group, none of them eval as true. So he has no story options. He's just simply waiting for us to finish his mission. When we this is so now we're getting into stuff we added last night and didn't test. So last night we added at the end of his first mission, after the step, the visit step where we come home, we put in a step adjustment. Row, right? Step adjustment row is documented as adjust the last step. This row is used directly after adding a mission step if you need to attach some story trigger blocks to it, right? So there are 3 types of trigger blocks that you can add here. A block that will be evaluated and run before the player is shown the options of how to complete the step. So that's what we're currently looking at. That was option number 2. So block number 8. Block number 8 is this, runs a dialogue. So we're currently looking at that. So this is before we even get to look at the mission steps. Stratego, this is probably going to be, currently it's focused on tutorial only. I'm trying to build a sample data set that shows it off. Maybe a version of this would get into this story, but I don't want to, as the game creator, we want to make sure we keep things within the theme and the mood of Star Traders. So this is a little on the space apple side of life. And yeah. Yes, High Frozen Slacker. Yeah, we have published this spreadsheet. It's a helpful little tool. It's not the best thing ever, but it does make the coding pretty easy and gives you a bunch of SQL you can copy out and run with that you can get very quickly into your game. So this is the pre-block. It's a little tiny dialogue. I really hope you have some good news. You could have a back and forth here. My spiced space apple contrapts are drying up fast. He really needs us to help. So we can try to meet over the spice plate. Now I want to show one little interesting thing. We did not put a precondition on. Oh yeah, here we go. Before the end of cousin hunt. Yeah. So this is our block. It's a dialogue block. We didn't put a precondition on it. We could have put a precondition on it to make it only run once. But you'll notice that if we say not now, we'll try again later. The next time we come back, it will run again. Nothing is evaluating, nothing is knocking this block out of circulation. There's no precondition saying no pre and post matched pair that would prevent this from running multiple times. So every time you try it, it's in this case unlikely a player is going to not do it. There are other cases where you might want to think about that. If you want to if there is some kind of conversation that would feel unnatural if it was repeated, consider putting a pre and post condition on it, because a player might look at this and there might be a couple of steps, offers, and maybe there's skill checks like we had earlier with the Intel Find missions, and the player needs to go back out and retrain or waste some time to get a skill check to roll over its cooldown, and then they'll come back to the mission again. And if it is a conversation that's really a back and forth and you want it to sound dramatic and cool, it can be odd if it just plays again. Just because I'm talking about it, so let's just do it. So this is block 8, has no precondition. We're going to add a new game state called end of cousin hunt before mission step conversation. So we're going to add a state. Should go only once, right? And you can write whatever you like in here that will help you remember what these states are. You want to remember them. You can always look up what they're used for, but I'm going to put in -7 here. So this before the mission ends will only run if 7 hasn't been set, and now 7 will be set. Once it run once, 7 will set. Now, an interesting fact here is I'm going to actually quit and leave the game. And I'm going to pull the data, copy these 4 columns, drop them into my SQL text file, and then flash them into the games database. And so the block is a database. So I have made a change to the data of the game. And so the next time I run this, it will in fact take those new orders. It's going to set and check that precondition and will opt it out. So there is some ability, depending on what you're trying to kind of mod and change real time. You can actually make changes real time and not have to start the whole thing over again. Right, so I can come in now, and if I talk to him once, it hasn't set the precondition, the post condition yet, but it's going to set it, right? So I hope you have some good news. Now if we leave and come back in again, so now that it's played once, it's set that game state, right? So we set game state number 7 here, and then it's going to check it and say it won't play this. This block will evaluate. The precondition on this block will evaluate as false, and so the block does not run a second time. So now I can come in and out of this mission as many times as I want, and it will only have happened once. So that's a recommended sort of thing to do if they're, especially in a case where if they had some conversation and they like shared some information and your captain told them something cool, you don't want it to happen a second time, right? It just doesn't feel cool. So you want to like be careful with story like that. It's the little things often that can set a big tone. So now we're going to meet over the spice plate. We'll see what happens. This is stuff untested from last night now, so we may be finding bugaboos as we go. I want to come back to really quick though, just the sort of thing that the blocks all go in the database, the data for the game. So it's a read-only data.mp3, and they instruct what should happen. When you do something, when the mission config table runs, if you're creating a contact, creating a mission, recruiting a character, all of that goes into the save game database. So if you were to make changes to the, like we made a change here, what did we change? Oh yeah, this like maximum jump distance, or if we change maybe some text over here, if you would change some of this text and you flash the database with your SQL, that stuff is in the data.mp3 file or data.db as orders for what to copy into the game database when you get this mission. So if I had already taken the mission and I made changes to this data.db version of the mission I have in the game, this mission that I'm currently completing would not respond to it. Like I can't change the text because it gets copied into the game database. I hope that's useful for somebody out there. It's an important thing about knowing the process through your testing. If you have a mission, you create a mission in mission config, you start testing it in the game and it's broken, like one of the steps doesn't work, in order to retest the mission, you're going to have to go back into your mission config table, fix the problem, and then replay the story up to a point where you retake that mission. I have to get the game to regenerate the mission from mission config table for you before you would see your fix. So this is a common thing that we do in Star Traders. When somebody comes back from a long mission, there's a long story. We don't rehash it all in dialogue. So we do this dot dot dot, and that's everything we learned. So the player knows what the captains learned. They've hunted cousin prime all over the intergalactic space, so we don't rehash it forcibly for them on screen. We just let them. So if we don't get ride, oh boy, stop the presses. There's a typo. If we don't get rid of my cousin, these apples are going to be rot on the shelves. That's awful. He'll lose all of his money and his profit. Rotting space spice apples. It smells so bad. If I have someone in my employ who can help you, if you'll take them onto your crew. We'll consider it, says the officer. Spicetender Stratego is offering us a special recruit. We will need an empty bunk if we wish to take this assassin onto our ship. So this is, again, we come back to the golden text. This is just a font decision here. So 1 is your golden font. We want to give the player prompts like this. It's really helpful to give them some heads up, right? The next conversation they have with the Spicetender is going to be about recruiting this story assassin. And you can pre-warn them that they're going to need a bunk, right? So then they can think about that. So now we've finished the mission. Both the pre and the post block has run. And we completed. We've been paid. Pretty happy about it. Okay, so we do actually need 5 crews, so that's great. We have empty bunk space. Oh, we have lots of problems though. We better fix some of our problems. We're not going to get very much farther in this storyline. We need what? Oh, people are just unpredictably low morale. Well, get off my ship then. I don't need you. Okay, now we're down to 1 bunk, so should be pretty cool. Okay, so for what we were setting up last night, this is in new territory, but it looks like we did it well. Stratego has a block group, right? This is his contact trigger block group. This lists all the blocks he's willing to offer in this narrative slot right here in order. Only one is selected and shown at any given time because we have set the run multiple key to eval all blocks, run the first. So that's going to show a single option here, right? So 7 was the block that offers the first mission. 10, I believe, is the block that, says I don't have any bunks. And 11 is the block that says the elite assassin should join my crew. And they are both coded here. This is a really common pairing, and we've documented it today in documentation for pre-code. Right here you have the officer space, pre-officer space. You want this really common way to do this because you want to give the player a warning and a choice and all these nice things that players like, player agency. So the precondition should be used in a pair of blocks where the first block has a negative value, like -2, and the second block has a positive value, and the second block has a positive value. Like 2. Empty bunks are available. If the first block of values is true, use a dialogue event to remind the player that they lack bunk space. And if the second block of value is true, then the recruit event is ready to be called. Right, so this is important because we don't want to force the player into breaking the rules of like getting an extra character on their ship that they shouldn't have. If they do that, then someone's going to automatically desert the next time they land, which is sort of frustrating, even if they don't have low morale, and you're going to have this like unhappy situation for the player. So because we've stacked the blocks in a certain order, I have crew space, and the elite assassin could join my crew. Now we're going to want to test these situations, right? So I'm going to go recruit a gunner, and we're going to talk to him now. So now I don't have space, and I don't have any empty bunks comes up. And that is because, again, within the block group, we're running these 2 blocks back to back. Hey, diverse. Yeah, self-taught. Corey and I developed all this stuff over the last 8 years together. So this is, yes, self-taught, yeah. This is our story system called Storyteller. this is the data, or you're looking at the raw data of the system, basically. I don't have any space evaluates as true, which prevents the I have space from being visible. Um, so let's see what he says, because this should be just a nice little dialogue. I wish we had space. We don't. Maybe later. Okay, so last night we were getting pretty terse because it was like after midnight and I didn't have time. So the officers are starting to kind of get rude. And this is going to continue to be we want to keep this message up. It prompts the player to empty a bunk and come back, right? So there's no post condition on this block that would prevent it from running many times in a row. So now we can go back into the game. What we're going to do is get rid of a crew member. Sorry, Gunner Aislinn. Later. Okay, so we got rid of our, and immediately the contact rechecks his blocks and puts up the new options. So this elite assassin should join my crew. And last night we coded this up to have this elite assassin should join my crew is going to run a pre-dialogue. So there'll be a little blurb of dialogue about meeting the assassin. And then we're going to run a recruit event and we're going to set a post condition 5. This game, we're going to set a game state 5. So 5 is that the assassin has been recruited. Notably, the offer to recruit has a -5 here, indicating that once 5 is set, these blocks should no longer evaluate as true. So that's just a way to knock. As soon as you recruit the assassin, both of the blocks, the one about the empty bunk and not empty bunk, are both knocked out of circulation. And we're just going to move forward to his final block in the story, which is 12, which won't show up until you have recruited the assassin. 5 requires 5. And the recruit event we set up last night, it's in the mission config table. And it is this chunk right here. Oh, and you know what? We made a mistake. It looks like we failed to put in Harothir's name. Yeah, that's really weird. You want like name of character here. So we failed to put in the name of the character. This is another place where, since we haven't, is it too late? I haven't clicked the button. So we haven't recruited him yet. So none of the stuff in the mission config table has been read to evaluate what we should put in the saved game. So we can still fix this. So I'm going to kill the game. I'm going to put in Harothir, our assassin. The name. Whoops, forgot his name. That's really important. Okay. So we also set him up to be to have a story ID, to be a crew member, to be Thelunian. His faction's 4. He's going to have a primary job of assassin. We went through determining his best attributes, what skill bonuses he should have, what traits. We gave him 3 traits: malcontent, hard hitting, and shrewd or brilliant. I can't remember. And then we set up his face and outfit as well. Yeah, but it'd be like really nameless. The field would be truly empty. And you're missing the point, Elfward. We're trying to honor our amazing Twitch community here. And Harothir is a heck of a name for an assassin. So I'm gonna go with it. I don't like bugs. I gotta fix it. Okay. So again, this mission config table is in data.db, right? Let's do it. How about we meet in the middle? How about we meet in the middle, Elford? Harothir the Nameless. Is that a trope? It might be. I think everybody gets confused when they hear that. They say Harothir the Nameless, and they say, but he has a, wait a minute, and then they get a knife in the back. Okay, so we have knocked over push this stuff in the database. Again, to go over the concept, the mission config table is in DataDB. It is the read-only instructions on how to create a character that goes into your save game. So before the point that we have actually recruited that character, we can fix the read-only instructions on how to create that character. We can still do this. If we had recruited the character and he had no name and we're like, oh, he has no name, it would be too late to fix that in the save game. You could go in by hand and fix it, but you're not going to get this recruit event is unfixable once it has occurred within the game, if that Again, I want to kind of repeat that for people who are watching the third stream and are looking for the high-level concepts here. Thelunian Red Lions, yes. Typos, yes. Yeah, typos are totally cool. Did I do some typos? I probably did. Oh, whoops, I made a new captain. That was not what I intended to do. I was very much just uh, used to clicking that a bazillion times to make captains for this storyline. Okay, so now if we land, we go back. Stratego is still waiting. We have an empty bunk. And we can now click this. This elite assassin should join my crew. So welcome aboard. And Assassin Herethru has joined the crew. Watch out. So again, we kind of did this dialogue pretty quickly, but I think it's fits the bill. So now immediately with Herethru and your ranks, it's time to go after my cousins. So this is just moving his blocks along, right? In Stratego's block group, we've completed and made the precondition for 7, 10, and 11 all false, and now the precondition for 12 is for the first time true because it requires that Herethru has joined your crew. So it's going to sit and wait until you've passed that event in order to be. It will never evaluate as true until you've passed that event. So let's just, I'm super interested in this new character. Let's find out if this worked. Herethru the Nameless. This is the face and the outfit that we picked. He's a junior crew level 4, and he's an assassin. So that went really well. A yellow star him. Let's check out his traits. Came out as ill-tempered, sharp-witted. He wasn't brilliant. He was sharp-witted and hard-hitting. Also fantastic. All of them rolled as known. The ProcGen system is going to roll to see a percentage of those. About 50% of them will come up as not known, and 50% will come up as known. Hey, buddy. One sec. Okay. So 50% will come up as known, 50% won't. So it looks like we just got lucky here. 3 good rolls there. Now we also coded that quickness should be his top attribute. So we got 27 quickness, amazing. Strength was second, I think. Then we put charisma, and then we put fortitude, and then wisdom and resilience sort of got middle of the road stats. We also gave him one of the things you can do in your attribute picking. You get highest, second, third, and fourth pick, and then you can give a boost to all attributes. So that sort of sets some of the tone. This will be fully documented. The range of all of these will be in the documentation. I have to add recruit and contact to the doc today. But the boost, we gave a boost of 2, which helps sort of, it looks like we rolled pretty well. Anyway, wisdom and resilience were like going to be 14 to 16. With a boost of 2, they came out 18 and 17. So you get a nice randomness. We got a major, we rolled the top of the line for blades. So for skills, you can pick one skill that will get boosted 9 to 12 points. You can pick 2 skills that will get it boosted 6 to 9 points, and 2 skills that will get it boosted 3 to 6 points. You can leave all those blank if you want no skill boost. You can use all of them. You could skip the high one or just do 1, 6 to 9, whatever you please. We did blades, we did evasion, and we did tactics, and then we didn't do the other 2. We don't want these characters to be insanely overpowered. At least I don't. I like he's a powerful assassin, clearly, but he doesn't have like every possible skill bonus. So we didn't also give him 5 traits, would be the maximum we could have given him. So here you have a really cool assassin that we set up. He's looks like a great pick for us, and I'm gonna add quickly. Oh, I can't train him because he's a crew member, so like he's stuck just training out his jobs. like venomous blade. Okay, so there's our crew member. Now we've got Harathier on board, which is actually not only cool, but also going to let us, in this case, move the story forward. So let's just double check our Excel sheet to see what we're testing. Because remember, we're actually doing really well. He is named Harathier the Nameless. We fixed a couple of small bugs. We put in a precondition on one of the dialogues before a mission step, and now we're at a point things have gone very well. I think actually at this point we want to stop because this mission config event, we just want to fix some data and stop testing. So I'm actually going to, I talked about this before and now I want to live up to what I said. If you're testing mods, you should save scum. Do it. Story mods, you really probably want to spend some time save scumming because users or something okay, blah 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 traitorous mods. What game are we even playing? Captain Pegasus is game 21. So okay, and I'm going to name this game 21 about to accept mission 2. So I'm going to take that game, I'm going to save it off to the side and give it a nice name. So as we discussed before, the data in mission config is in, Thuvian, there's tons of scripts you guys could build for this. I'm not trying to write all the scripts you guys might need, but I am just giving you the basics. So the instructions for creating this mission are in data.db, so they're in the read-only database. When I ask the contact about the mission, the game's going to read all the instructions out of data.db and create the mission in game.db. At that point, any bugs that were in this configuration are going to be baked into the save game, and I won't be able to fix them by changing what's in mission config table, because I changed the read-only instructions on how to create the mission, but the mission has already been created. So that's why I want to save scum right before the mission is created. So this gives me a point where I can now fix any problems I have in mission config, play through, ask for the mission, see what's generated by the generator. If I don't like it, something doesn't look like it went well, then I can go back to my scum save, fix mission config, and ask for the mission again, and just get the game to regenerate the mission for me off the updated data.db. So this is a cycle, especially when you're already this far in. We spent like a good half hour in the storyline getting to this mission offer, right? I don't want to have to replay the hunt for Cousin Prime and do all the clicking and all the flying around. Just to get back to this point where I can generate this mission 10 times if I have problems with it. So that's a recommended way to go about things. Now let's just review this to make sure we are pretty happy. It's a story mission offered by Stratego. It has a faction against, duration boost, minimum step distance. It doesn't require an edict. We've got a nice description on it. The famous. Oh, it even rhymes. Assassin the Nameless. With the famous assassin Harathier the Nameless in our crew, among our crew, it is time to go up against the deadly Spice Apple cartel and the traitor Cousin Prime. All right, I mean, it's epic. Yeah, the save scumming in this case is just really helpful. You want to be, there are a lot of places, or once you go over some threshold, if there's a bug, things are not going to be able to play. You're not going to be able to really play forward how you want to. And if you haven't save scum, then you're going to have to replay the whole mission. And this, we're doing something pretty short here. This isn't extensive. It wouldn't be that bad, but it's like a half hour, 20 minutes to get back to that point every single time. And then if there's a typo or just you just did something wrong, you have to fix it and play it all again. So scum, as long as you're doing the iterative testing, right? We're doing little changes, testing them, little changes, testing them as much as we can. At some point here, we're going to swap this over to a full-blown vignette. We're going to turn off make all the steps unknown. We're going to tweak some of the other values that we might want tweaked, you know, kind of keep a list of things that are like, when this becomes real, we're ready. And then we're going to try to do holistic testing where we just play through the whole thing. The safe scumming, another example of safe scumming being super useful is before you complete a mission step. Because if you attempt to complete a mission step, you might want to lose that step to test the loss condition. You might want to win the step to test the win condition. If you save right when you're before a mission step, you scum that save. That makes it really quick and easy to come back. And you could do a lot of things in the game database that would sort of like fix or test. You could go about this by trying to just modify your saved game file. But I think you really want to be careful that it's hard to actually affect all the changes that the game may be making. It's doable, but it's a lot to try to get right. So yeah, probably flamingo dog. Flamo dog, flaming dog. I think a flamingo dog is a pretty good handle too. If you want to take that, you can have it. Yeah, you want a snapshot. Let's say that. Take a snapshot real quick so that you can. You could also actually, you know what? We didn't really talk about it, but I'm playing on super low difficulty. If you wanted to attempt to do it this way, I can also just save slot, and I can put a save slot, right? Totally viable way to do it as well. This just puts a little bit more pressure on your mental faculties to remember what slots what and where are the different slots and who are they, when are they, and do they have a bug or not a bug, where the snapshotting, as we're going to say for flaming dog, allows you to actually just put yourself like a little note or organize a folder with some different snapshotted things. Like for me, testing, this is generally enough just to have a like about to accept mission 2. For the complexity of the story we're working on, that's pretty good, right? It's way better than the save slot, just as number 1. Like, what is that again? I'd have to take notes in a spreadsheet, which is tough. Okay, so segment 1 is going to be, okay, so then we have segment, which is a group of steps. It's a pass-fail segment. It's called Knife in the Dark, and we're going to just put in cousin prime. And we're going to change location, and we notably are going back to the place where this saved into game state 2, which we've now used again, was the location of the first place where the cousin was. And so that's going to take us back to change location to state 2, which is going to return us to a place we've been before, which is kind of cool within the mission. And the step is, let's check our steps. I believe that we had set this up to be, yeah, combat step. So crew combat step. And we had said, because once we get into this sort of combat steps, right? Yeah, turns violet could help. But it's messy. You know, if I did this for 3 or 4 hours and needed 5 or 6 save snapshots, save slots are only gonna, you know, I'm still gonna need to take notes somewhat on a piece of paper or something and keep track of what did I. Oh, I'm gonna overwrite 1 now. Do I need that? What was it? It's too much for me personally, but you can do whatever you want. Modding is yours to control. So this is a combat step. What's option number 2? Option number 3 is that it is ready. So this is the very first step of the mission. It's the one you're going to go immediately do. Oh yeah, and we also decided this time, since we're trying out all the different system elements, we're going to delay payment. So here we have delay payment. Delay payment is means that it's not that you don't get the money, but you get the money only on a future step. So the next step that doesn't delay payment will roll up all of the payments from the steps that came before it that were delayed and give you a big lump sum. So it's going to make the final return to C Stratego quite profitable, but you will get no money attempting to kill cousin prime. You have to get back to the cousin, which is just like makes a lot of sense. We're not doing an alternate hard-coded faction here, and we're not using any game states. So and the step description is that he's well guarded. We have to go after him with blades and bullets. Then we have put in a step adjustment, which is going to add these 3 blocks, trigger blocks, one for before the fight, one for if we win the fight, and one for if we lose the fight. All 3 are pretty important conditions, right? We need to be able to track those down. And as we've set it up right now, we have, if you lose the fight, you lose the mission. So that's pretty black box, and we need to be able to we need the rest of the storyline to actually kind of be cool with that and assist it somehow, right? Like, what is Stratego going to say when he finds out that we didn't save his spice apple cartel? He's probably going to be pretty mad. Okay, so we have these 3 blocks, and we carved out space for them here, though we didn't put anything into them, right? So we have nothing, right? We just kind of, because the next thing down the line here is then we change location to home. So we go back to wherever Stratego is. We set up a simple segment called spiced spice apples. Saved. And then we have a step that says with the enemy spice apple brought to their knees, we pave the way for Spicetender Stratego to achieve great riches. It's just a simple visit step, nothing particularly special about it. But it will pay. It doesn't have a delayed payment, right? So it has 0 in its payment keys, so 0, that's nice. And again, since we're not doing it on this call, the way to go about building this quickly is just all of these have their template row up top. You grab the row you want, you paste it down below, right? I'm going to find the step type that I want is 1 out of the documentation. It's known but later. Payment on complete. We're not going to do an alternate faction. We're not going to do a game state. We're going to type in some stuff, right? So this is pretty straightforward to create these. Once you've got all the numbers in, it takes a little bit more like checking. If you're double checking your work, you're gonna maybe scroll up and down, look at the doc a bit more. Sorry for the fast scrolling if that's annoying on Twitch. Okay, so we have this step label. We have a visit. We've got a nice text. We're gonna then adjust. We're gonna do another adjustment step, which is gonna put in a win block. Visit is a step that only really a step you can win. You can't lose a visit. There's no way that it can go wrong. So some of those we just need to keep improving our documentation of the step types and how they work so that people can code up, know exactly what they're coding. But I'm aware that visit is like a unlosable step. You just visit in the spice hall, and so we only are putting in a win block here. So we're attaching a win trigger block to this because you always win a visit. And then we're also boosting the payment. So boost payment is a special type you can do if you want to increase the value of a step. We're going to give a 50% bonus to the price here. So we already were being sent on a nearby combat mission. The ProcGen engine tries to, really works hard to help out locations and price and duration because it has a lot of information that's impossible for you to know. How many jumps are there? Blah, blah, blah. What are all the different steps? It kind of rolls all that up into a duration and a price for these missions. But then if you feel like maybe this is a story mission, so you really want to make this something special, like you could make it like if you wanted to just add 100,000 credits to the mission amount, you don't know how much that amount is going to be. And those are in that order. So you could add 100,000 credits plus whatever it was already, and then multiply that total by 50%. This is going to give you a boatload of money, which will hopefully be relatively correct for the ProcGen engine. Is going to try to help you make that still seem reasonable. I like the 50% because it stays within line of the difficulty of their combat, which is set by the proc-gen engine, and the difficulty of the whole mission is going to determine that price. So 50% of whatever the game thinks the price should be seems fairest to me. So now we've wired up, before we get any farther, we have these 4 blocks that all need to be accommodated, right? So we have 13, 14, 15, 16 before the fight. So we had to figure out a couple of things here about what we're going to do next. So we've shown off contact creation, we've shown off starting blocks, we've shown off mission creation. We've done trigger blocks on zones, we've done trigger blocks on all sorts of things. Trying to think of what other things we really need to make sure that we cover and how to wrap this story around said concepts. It's probably not this mission, to be honest. Okay. I'm going to make 2 more of these because we are missing a couple. No, turns out it's 3 more. I really like this format. Oh, that's too much. Okay. Hello. Okay. I don't know that we're going to use this right now, but let's sort of start the space for these 2 additional things. I'm just looking through my notes here about what story structures we haven't covered. One of them is quest logs, which needs coverage, and the other one is special. If you're arranging for very unique fights. That's the other type of uncovered. So we want to make sure this spreadsheet, I'm just ripping these out of the database, has enough data. The spreadsheet has what we need for players to be able to create all the structures. I'd love to cover these. This takes a little bit of time to get these things set up and get all the ID adjustments made. So I'm not going to actually try to do it right now. But these are ones that we'll add in a future iteration, so that they're also available for modders to use quickly. So let's just, I think maybe what we should focus on then is wrapping up this storyline with a victory. And we've already got a special recruit, but I think we could give maybe a cool item. We could look at loss conditions. What happens when this all if the wheels come off and the player fails? How do we make that feel good and sort of feel like it got wrapped up correctly? So let's just keep this simple. You're gonna fight. You're gonna have a fight, and in that fight, we're gonna say that you killed Cousin Prime. And if you fail the fight, then we're gonna end the mission, and Stratego never wants to talk to you again. And if you win the fight, when you come home, he's gonna complete the mission with a big monetary reward, and he's gonna give you a special item of some sort. And then he'll have one post victory chat with you, and then he's gonna go quiet and just turn into pretty much a regular contact again. So that's what we're going for here in terms of the goal. So before the fight, we're gonna make a dialogue event. This is the exact sort of case I was talking about where you want to use a game state to be before fight in cousin kill. We want to use a game state here to, let's just pre-do this so that it doesn't, if you like look at the fight, decide not to fight, it isn't going to give you this challenge dialogue twice. So I'm going to use a post and pre-state combo. Positive post state sets the state, negative pre-state checks to make sure it's not there, so this will just run once. And then we're going to have a dialogue where a hard-coded character is going to speak, and then the captain's going to speak. Okay, so this is dialogue group number 10. Again, want to be able to just I'd like to just copy these in. So sorry, that was captain speaks. We should be able to do this, right? Hard-coded character speaks. And we want 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. I'm going to set these to 0 so they're less picky. Okay. Cool. So now we have the hard-coded character is going to say 3 things, and we're going to look in our game folder for a face who is chatting us up. This woman seems pretty threatening. Okay, so contact 40. This is the Spice Apple Cartel leader. Oh, we could come up with a better name. Yeah, we could do tech. That's easy. Tech is good as well. All of that stuff sort of requires looking at and modding non-story structures. Not that you can't do that here, but it's a little outside of the sheet of this tool we're trying to generate for you guys. But I think that's also really good. Spice Apple Molly. Okay, so there we go. We got Spice Apple Molly. You'll never stop our cartel, even if you kill Prime. He is the best blade dancer in a generation. We haven't lost an apple since you joined our operation. Okay. Let's actually come back to a stream. Hey, Irish Entropy, how's it going? You joined a good one. We are working on modding Star Traders Frontiers. We're playing an exciting story about a spiced space apple cartel. I'm glad you've done so well, but the party has come to an end. Yeah, after a whole year, Irish Entropy. Well, I hope you've been watching the VODs. Pretty good. Cool. Okay. So yeah, time to die. Okay, so and then it's always nice, as we've mentioned before, to give the player a bit of a warning when you just want to help give them gold line prompts at certain times to make sure that they know the stakes. So if we fail to kill these goons, spiced space apple cartel goons, we will have failed Spicetender Stratego. So this is a do or die moment. You want to give the player a warning, like get your A team together. Okay, so this is dialogue 10. This is going to be played before we attempt the combat. It will only be played once. Again, thanks to everybody hanging out on here. It's a lot of fun to write story with you guys. It's pretty goofy and a good time. Show off the system. Okay, let's check out win the fight. So win the fight. We've 11. We're just gonna do dialogues because this is pretty easy. So hard-coded character. If we win the fight, Spice Apple Molly's gonna complain. You've made a terrible mistake. We'll never forgive you. Watch your back, Captain. Okay, so in a in a deeper story, we might take Spice Apple Molly and turn her into a smuggler contact that's created that you don't know, who hates you with like negative 1,000 rep, and she's likely to hire a bounty hunter through the ProcGen system to send after you. So that's like one option that we could go down that route. Actually, you know what? We're doing options today, so let's just do it. If you win the fight, we're going to do a pre-dialogue, which means that the dialogue is played before the event, and we're going to create a contact event, right? Contact event, and it's going to be, what's the current running? 4 is the high group, so now we're doing group 5. We're just going to grab a contact, right? We grab this contact, drop a contact here, 555. Whoops, that's Stratego. Not what I meant to do. I meant to grab the template. You want to come up here and grab the template. Drop this template in. So contact event 5555. This is Spice Apple Molly, and she is going to be story contact 2. Yeah, we're super excited, Irish Entropy. Thanks for the support on the Kickstarter. That's awesome. Really excited to share more of that game with you guys as we keep trucking along there. And it's been exciting to add modding in the interim to Star Traders. So really awesome to have you on board. Okay, so thanks for coming today. We have we've added this is our contact story contact 2. We had Stratego's number 1. She's number 2. Smuggler is, you can see in the database, right? Select star from contact. The very first contact type in the database is smuggler. So we make her a smuggler. She's not known. We don't want to. We want to hide her from the player. We had already picked in dialogue that she's going to be contact face 40. And if you meet her, if we really wanted to really get into the options and keep playing out different ways, what if you met her? Maybe she has a story. You could go some follow up, or she wants to curse your name or whatever. Yeah, here we are. You can get into these things. You keep just doing stuff. So sure, let's give her a block. For Stratego, we made a pretty complicated block that was probably unnecessary, or not unnecessary. For the story, it was totally necessary. We don't need that level of depth for Spice Apple Molly. I will never forgive you. Is her block. The text she will show if you ever do happen to encounter Spiced Apple Molly, she's going to give you block 17. Block 17 is Spice Apple Molly dialogue only once. So she's going to run this one time. If you ever run into her, she's going to have a dialogue which will acknowledge your past with her, right? It kind of helps build up the ambiance of the world, that she doesn't just sort of like nod along and be like, oh, I've never met you before. She's actually going to say something mean to you. And since this is a block of a of a contact that we're currently talking to, we can actually just use one instead of hard coding her stuff. So that's just convenience. If you know you're really talking to a contact, you can have that happen. And actually, for convenience sake, we're also going to set her to known. I had forgot that. This is where testing is kind of a good thing. I should mark that as bold. That's a field we plan to come back. That's not bold enough. That's a field we'll probably want to change when the story's really ready. But this would allow us to, if we kill Prime, or we kill the cartel goons, it's going to create her, and we're immediately going to be able to see her, which is helpful because we can test that she has this block where she curses her name. Curse your name and the name of all of your descendants. And at this point, the captain's going to the officer's going to say, we people of the void have no descent. And she's going to make an apple joke. She did it. It's awful. May your apple rot and go mealy. It's just terrible to say something like that to somebody, but can't believe it that you would do it. So, okay, so at this point we had, I'm flipping back and forth trying to keep track. We got sidetracked. We were creating this contact. If you kill Prime, now we decided that we need this Space Apple Molly. And we're going to give her negative 1,000 reps. She hates us. Her current influence, she's in charge of a cartel of Space Apples, so her current influence is going to be 60. That makes her dangerous. Her maximum ever has been 72. She hates the loon. For all the hates traits, contact traits, the ID of the trait is the faction ID. So 4 is hates the loon. It's nice convenience. The obsession trait from trait 2 is she's definitely going to be, let's say, dishonest. And no, that's gambler. I like gambler. She's going to be well connected. And she's going to loves Lux Living. So she's 63. Okay. So cool. Now we have a contact in. She hates us. She's got good influence. We wrote out some traits for her. We're going to know her and be able to test her. And if we, but in the real story, you wouldn't know her. This setup with high influence and low personal rep is going to very likely prompt her as her very first action, or one of her pretty near-term actions, is to send a bounty hunter against the character. If one of the legendary bounty hunters is still available, she's very likely to dispatch a bounty hunter, which is very cool. You're using some of the procgen engine to reinforce the action of your handwritten story. So this bounty hunter will come after you. Okay, so I think cool. We have previously not done any contact links, but for Space Apple Molly, we're going to put a contact link. So a contact link is between two contacts. It's a relationship, and it is going to determine a lot of her actions. So we're going to have her hate Stratego, which means if she's not sending a legendary bounty hunter after you, she very well may be creating bad rumors on Stratego's zone, or reducing Stratego's influence, or sending, trying to harm him in some way. So we put in his contact story ID, which his contact story ID is 1. So you're going to put in 1, and we're going to give it a negative 80. It's between negative 100 and 100. So this isn't like ultra hate, but it's pretty deep down in the barrel of hate. So okay, so now we've got her, and let's just check this. Should come out. Yeah, so that came out as 25,001, which is our offset is 25,000. So that is holding together. That came across nicely. So now we've got a new contact in, and that's 5. So if we kill Cousin Prime, we get a dialogue about how we shouldn't have done that. A contact is added who will in the long term be invisible. It should be added visibly. If we visit that contact, she's going to say mean things to us, and she hates us, and she hates Stratego. So this is good background for the story that helps. You want to really, where you can, prop up the procgen engine, right? There's this big simulation running. You can write a lot of story, but in the cases where you can think of ways to feed stuff into the procgen engine that the player will then be able to riff on or see come up later, it's a really good way to kind of keep the universe feeling alive and interconnected. You want to think of opportunities where you can do that. Okay, so if we lost the fight, that's the last case that we now have to cover. Arguably, we should have her show up anyway, but I'm going to be lazy and not have her created in the case of a lost fight, because maybe you'd create her with less hate for you and something like that. We're just going to skip it. What we are going to focus on instead is she's going to tell you, of course, you made a giant mistake. You should never have tried that. You overestimated how strong you were, and you paid for it. Cousin Prime is out of your reach now. Okay, so they've done something. You know, this, we do have to close the door here. We could write more stuff. It's totally possible that you could make this not a closed door, like you could change the way this mission is written so that the loss of fight isn't devastating. Let's talk about how you do that. So when we lose this fight, loss of fight is a loss of a step, and a loss of a step deletes the mission. It's over. Mission's gone. So we have to, our fail condition actually has to be something outside of the mission. We could do that in a lot of different ways. We could, for example, we haven't done a lot of it, but we did it at the very beginning. We were at the very beginning when we did it, our start block added these trigger blocks to a zone. So we could say that when you fail this mission, we want to add a trigger block to a known zone, to a location where contact is. Yeah, okay, let's just do that really quickly. Again, just trying to show off capabilities here. So let's look at this. If you fail, we lost the fight. So what we're going to do is we are going to add a trigger block. Five, which indicates that it's going to be a zone trigger block, but we're going to find that zone by contact ID. And so the contact ID is going to be 1. Let's see if that got picked up. Let's see if that actually worked. Looks like no, it didn't get. It's not getting, what I'm checking right now is it getting the big boost, right? This is awful. Someone should have fixed this by now. AW, I will try to fix this before I publish the next version of it. Okay, so if AW5 equals -1, then just publish -1. Otherwise, publish AW5 plus home C2, right? So if it's not -1, then we want to actually just add the value. So here we put in a non-1 value. Sometimes colors can really help you track places where you've made changes in a big, huge list of things, yuck, that are hard to track down. See where, like, you know, that 1 disappears very easily into all these -1s. It's nice to see that. So we need post block turns. I'm going to leave it at 0. This trigger block will start to evaluate immediately. So 5 says put this trigger block on a specific zone that you locate by contact ID. You put the location ID into post block story ID. Our contact ID for Stratego is 25,001 or 1 in this case. So we're going to put that into our story ID, and now we just need to identify the block that we want to put as the trigger. So what is our next block? The next block on the stack is going to be 18. This is going to be trigger on return to Stratego in when failed mission, right? So if we fail our mission, then the next time we come back to Stratego's location, we're going to run block 18. So that trigger block is going to run. Yeah, colors are super helpful in so many cases. Okay, so now we're handling, the other thing we want to do when we lose is we want to set a game state. So failed cousin kill mission. So that's important. That's really helpful just to have a 10. Here we get game state. So if we fail, we want to record that as a game state. And that's going to allow us to do another pretty easy way of handling fail cases, which is to make a 19 block. And we're going to put 19 into Stratego's conversation, his block group. So 19 will show up, and 19 only shows up if 10 has been set, and if negative 11, and it's going to set 11. So it will show up if you failed, and it's going to show up only once because of the game state 11. So Stratego reaction to mission failure only once. I call them run once or only once's cases. This is super common thingamajiggy structure. So if you come back, we failed you, Stratego. So if you come back and talk to Stratego, it's going to show up in his block. He's going to talk to you one last time. He's going to say something mean, probably. They're always saying something mean. Let's see, what's he want to say? You are talking to a contact, so he says, my career is over. Whoa. Wow, I haven't gotten to a point where you need to start freezing these rows so that you can stay sane. Hard-coded character, use default face ID. So we're talking to a contact, and I will never make a dime on spiced spice apples again. It's over. I thought you were something more. Thought we had something together. Okay. Okay, whatever. It's melodramatic madness, but I'm not trying to write great dialogue. So if you come back, this is also, I talked about this earlier, try to develop iteratively. Here I am developing like all the things at once without testing any of it. But I was kind of taking my time, trying to work my way through. So what we have achieved is if you win the fight, you're going to get a new contact who's going to hate you forever. She's going to show up in the zone where you fought. She will talk to you one time only. If you lose the fight, we're going to add a new trigger block to Stratego's zone, and we're going to add a new block to his block group, his contact trigger group, that's going to show up only in the case that you've lost the fight, and he's going to give you one final dialogue. So let's also add just for convenience, again, it's super nice to give the player these markers. So let's say Spicetender Stratego no longer trusts us and has cut us out of his space apple dealing. So give the player the heads up. You're done. You failed here. This is over. You lost the story. Loss conditions are super important. These stories aren't always to win. You want to give real conditions under which the player can fail. Okay, so that's the failure. We also had added this trigger block that's going to run, and what we're going to do is just a short dialogue as well. We're going to have a 15, and it's just going to be the officers chatting a little bit. As you land on Stratego's zone, they're going to talk a little bit about the conditions. Something's going on here. Something is not right on this zone, Captain. The spice hall is nearly in a riot. There aren't any spiced space apples. Okay, so as you come back to the zone, before you get a chance to talk to Stratego, you're going to get this one time. I didn't set it up to run one time. One time run of a trigger block. So trigger block will run every single time you land on this zone. Now you could knock a trigger block out with a precondition, but it's inefficient because it leaves it in the game database and it's going to keep evaluating its precondition every time you land. The right way to remove a trigger block is to go all the way to the end and put a post delete game block field onto this thing. So this says after I've run one time as my post condition, remove the trigger block 18. So we talked a lot about that at the very beginning in the first of these 3 Twitch streams. So that will remove the trigger block. So now we've built up a pretty solid fail condition. Upon failure, there's going to be a trigger block added. We're also going to have a dialog with a failed contact. We talked about the fact that we could add Spice Base Apple Molly as our fail condition, but we're kind of feeling lazy right now. We're not going to do it. In the case of winning, you do get a contact added, and she is going to hate you forever, and she's going to talk some bad talk. But that's that. And the only thing that we haven't covered at this point is the victorious case, which is attached to the mission. It's in the mission configuration. On this mission, when we come home, the step adjustment for the final visit back to Stratego is going to run block 16, and that block is going to fire this event. So let's write one more dialogue, and I think we're actually going to consider this story pretty much wrapped. Now you're completing a mission, so you are not actually talking to a contact. So you can't use this convenience of a -1 in default or 1 in default face. This is actually talking to a contact. We got Spicetender Stratego on the phone. I actually need to fix. This is a mistake, a typo I'd made very early on. The contact type is 1 word, so replace all. Cool. All right, so we fixed all the cases where Spicetender was incorrectly spelled. Hey everybody, welcome to the stream. Thanks for jumping on today. It's awesome to see such a crew here. We are wrapping up 3 streams, back-to-back streams here over the last 24 hours, modding Star Traders Frontiers. We are in the process of adding a new storyline, and we're actually right now wrapping up the final win condition. That's what I was grasping for. Okay, so we're going to grab officer speaks, and we're going to grab a cap. Officer speaks, and a captain speaks. So not only are we getting paid a lot of money, the captain's going to speak like twice here, and we're going to use font. So here's Spicetender Stratego that's all dialogue 16. It'll be like 4 or 5 things back to back. I have some. Okay, finally, someone has put my cousin Prime in the ground. He tried to steal everything from me. He stole everything from me. But I couldn't let him have the apples. Okay. So now an officer's going to say he didn't go down without a fight. And the captain says that must be very lucrative for you. And we're going to add one more line here, a little back and forth. The spiced space apple river of gold will flow again. I have special rewards for you, Captain. Okay, so first up, we're going to want to give thanks, Stratego. I mean, you're a major part of it. It's the Spicetender. I hope that this has been helpful. We've shown off tons of the structures that need to be played. You have to kind of get your head into the storyteller system a little bit. You know, we have written 19 blocks, like 1 block group, 40 lines of mission table and 60 lines of dialogue, and we pretty much have, you know, a shallow story, but we didn't really shy away from complexity either. We've created extra context, we've had some branches, we've covered fail cases. We're not really, you know, ignoring a lot of stuff either. So let's select from the weapon table. And we're going to give the, you know, this is where you would probably want to give your own thing, right? You'd want to make your own thing. 2000 is the group ID that's generally reserved for story stuff. So if you're going to make story rewards, put them in group 2000 just to keep everybody sane. And we're going to give out the Bahamut because that's kind of easy. I'm not going to make a special story and a special weapon just for the story, but you're very encouraged. A couple of really cool story rewards are weapons, gear, and armor are always really well appreciated. So that's one way you can go about it. So let's take a quick look at that. And we want to make sure we document some of these post conditions. Let's just do a quick document. We'd had the block. This very first block gave you 1 million credits. So what post condition we use? We use post gold. Okay, cool. Post state 0 or game. This sets, if positive, this game state is set to value of 1. If negative, this game state is removed. So we didn't do any of that during this story, but you can actually use these post states. If we wanted to get rid of 10, we could get rid of 10 that way. So you could delete it as well. So we haven't done any of that in this case. And this is post gold. 0 or amount of money credits to grant. This is credits immediately granted to the player. Okay, cool. And then we have post item 1, 2, and 3. Post item 1, post item 1 type, post item 1 number. Okay, and these are basically, you can give up to 2 items per post condition. So we're going to document these. Item post item is ID of weapon, armor, or gear granted. Post item type is, so in this case you just have to use, there's a little key, gotta know a lot of keys. Okay, that's as expected, I guess. 1 equals weapon, 2 equals armor, 3 equals gear, and post item num is number of items, 1 for 1 plus. Okay, so you could give 3 or 4 pieces of gear, 3 or 4 Bahamuts if you wanted to hand out 3 or 4 Bahamuts, but let's just give out 1. So this grants one or more weapon, armor, or gear to the player. Okay. Use post item 1. Using post item 2 can allow for a second grant in the same post condition, right? So I guess it's maybe another way to say that is if you want to give out 2 types of weapon, armor, or gear in a single post condition, use the post item 2 fields, right? So this would allow you, maybe you want to give a weapon and an armor. Generally, we don't do in the story, but it's there. A Stratego. So one question about the characters: are all those variables a set count, or can we add more skills, etc., to a character one way or another? The template provides a certain set of ability to change. This is really where you're at for attributes and skills. You can choose the highest, second highest, third highest, fourth highest, which will document the exact range as those come in. You can leave them all 0 if you didn't want to set any of them. You want them all to be blase, middle of the road stats, and then you can pick up to 5 skills that are boosted. It gives you a ton of flexibility, and you can boost all attributes if you want all the attributes for this character to be 30. Just set it to 30 on the boost, and they're going to be like God mode characters. So it's a lot of freedom. It's not 100% like picking every single attribute value, like 20. I want 22 quickness. I want 24 strength. But that's also not really how Star Traders works. So that's what we can do. Okay. Cool. So we're gonna go in then, and we were talking about the grant. The bonus that we're getting for winning, right? I return victorious. We want to find its post condition. We want to give it, we looked up the Bahamut is 202 is the ID. The item type is 1, and we want to give one of them. So we give you 1 Bahamut. We're also going to grant an XP. Let's look. So so let's grant 100 here as our number. So we'll document this. Post XP. XP, right? Is that just what it's called? Post grant EXP. Number of crew. Number of +6 XP grants to award to the crew. So this is a slightly strange thing, but it has to do with crew size and giving out XP kind of semi-randomly. When we put in 100 here, if we put in 100, right? We're not going to give 100 XP to everybody. We are giving +6 100 times. So XP experience is given out randomly to the crew in +6 XP increments. Setting post grant EXP to 100 would give out +6 XP 100 times to a random crew member each time. This will benefit larger crews, smaller crews. You know, whatever. You guys figure it out. That's how it works. Yeah, Stratego. It is an engine limit. It's not when characters are recruited, the stats are just not hard coded. That's just not how Star Traders works. Okay, so we give out 100, so then we can say, but that is 600 XP. So our work to help save Spicetender Strategos based Spice Apples cartel has gained us a major experience reward plus 600 XP. Right, so we got this big experience reward, and as thanks for our hard work, Spicetender Stratego has given us a powerful snubber known as the Bahamut. That spelled correctly? Yeah, known as the Bahamut. Cool, cool. Okay, and we'll do one more thing. Ship component where game state is greater than 0. Okay, so here's all the components. To unlock a ship component, ship components are locked by game states. So let's see, we're going to just get component name, select ID component, and game state. Okay, right. Here are the components in the game that are locked by game states. Some really big weird numbers used in there at times. Most of them are low. I guess 10,000. Okay, we're asking people not to use below 20,000. So in this case, what you would want to do, much like Bahamut, I would recommend if you're going to give out a special story piece of gear, then it would be great for you to give out a piece of truly unique gear. So include a new piece of gear in your mod if you have a story that gives out a new piece of gear. Highly recommended. Same thing with ship components. Make a new ship component and give it out with your mod. I'm going to be lazy and we're just going to unlock the plague ward because it looks, or gargoyle missile 130. A lot of things come with 136. That's the ship. 136 is caused by the UCF fleet coming online. That's a whole bunch of things. So let's do, yeah, I'm going to do the plague ward because it doesn't really matter that much. So this is just an example. So also, let's just say our amazing work also in a complete surprise move our work Spicetender Stratego has unlocked the plague ward. Oh, you know what is really important when you do this? State the component size. If you're going to talk about this stuff in dialogue, you really want to help the player figure out unlock the plague ward medium slot component. It's not faction specific. It's just unlocked. It's generally unlocked by the plague occurring. So again, add your own. Don't just jump on what we've built. But so here we go. We've also unlocked this plague ward. Now, as we mentioned, that's done by a game state. So if game state 28 is set, then that plague ward automatically becomes available within the game. So that's really easy for us to do. We're just going to come back here and set 28. This is going to turn on a plague ward. Oh, it's not actually, because we're going to this is one of those cases where using the big 25,000, yeah, it's going to set 25,000 to 28. And if I put it negative, it's going to do negative 25,028. Okay, so that's a challenge with this setup. It really is not going to help you. It's going to be relatively pain in the butt to use core states, like ones that are outside of your story are going to be made difficult to use. Okay, so this is not actually going to work, but you can see the concept. So for those of you who are following my auspicious footsteps, this will not unlock anything. But if we created a new ship component that was 25,000 1028, it would unlock it. But you are going to get a Bahamut, and you are going to get a bunch of XP. And that's going to wrap up the story for us. So let's see. We haven't tested anything in quite some time, but we did make a pretty wise move here of snapshotting the save a little while ago so that we could, well, that's probably not a good idea. Don't do this stuff while the game is running. They're not recommended. No, that was me actually. I'm checking because I'm worrying about how long this entire tutorial series now is running. It's about coming up on the 6-hour mark to watch all of it and try to follow along. So I don't want to. We have shown off a ton of stuff, but I don't want to make this overly long so that people who want to learn modding have to watch 6 hours of footage. I hope it's been helpful. There's a lot of talking, a lot of showing off of the concepts and the stuff. So here we are. We have Harrowthier the Nameless in your ranks. It's time to go after my cousin. Cool. Uh-oh. So right away, something went awfully wrong. So you'll never stop our cartel, even if you kill me. Something went wrong. We just asked him. So he said, with Harrowthier in your ranks, it's time to go after. Like, oh, you know, this is a crew that we just never. This is a dialogue that we set to 10, and then 10 became something else, another dialogue over here. So we forgot to actually give it a proper dialogue. So 17, 17, 17, 17. He is going to go, let's say, he's protected by Spice Apple Molly. She's mean, and her goons are tough. We'll take care of it. Again, I am not trying to write Emmy-winning dialogue right here, whatever an Emmy is. Yeah, that would probably be best. I think Stratego, like a proper guide on YouTube, would do better than this sort of meandering. But the meandering has been really helpful. It's sort of, given us, I think there's something valuable in my thought process, I hope. Okay, so we're going to change this back to 17. We made a mistake. It's good for people to see making mistakes, fix mistakes, kind of troubleshoot as well. Okay, so that was a dialogue that we coded in. We said we're going to write dialogue 10. We did that last night. We write dialogue 10 later, and then we accidentally just didn't write it and just wrote something else for 10. So now we've fixed it to 17. Now, interesting case, the game's save game format doesn't commit this stuff until the dialogue is over. So I've started doing this. We're making a mission. We're talking. We got the wrong dialogue. Already a bug. I don't want to go forward with that. So I'm just going to Alt F4 out. And that's early enough in the process. Actually, if you see a problem that early before you actually see the mission screen, before that dialogue is done, it hasn't been committed. So you have an opportunity just to recut my SQL, flash my database again. Whoops. Yes, fine. Uh-oh. Something went wrong. Huh. That's basically inexplicable. Sometimes Excel just gets like that. I don't know, guys. I'm not in charge of Excel. Weird. Yeah, okay. Excel. Lovely program. I think it has something to do with copying and pasting rows around, was sort of making these formulas really unhappy. I don't know. I'm not going to worry too much about it right now because redragging the formulas and rerunning it, bingo bango, we're off to the races again. Yeah, Thumbi is on Discord talking about the lovely offset modifier. I mean, we could have people do it without it, Thuvian. I think you could type in a bunch of high order numbers, but then if you discover that your mod conflicts with another story mod, it's a whole bunch of changes. So I don't know. Um, we are hoping that people want to take this another wing, maybe migrate it into Excel or Google spreadsheets, or just do something. Um, yeah, I mean your math is a little wrong actually, Thuvian. If you want it to work when it's negative, if ID is less than 0, return ID minus offset. Otherwise, return 0. So that's what it currently does. So it does a good job. It detects 0 and detects less than 0, and in fact negatives the offset. It already does that brute force method, as you said, but it does work. Um, yeah, adding would definitely give you the wrong answer. Okay, so we're back to the same thing. Remember, we like force quit the game quick enough um, to avoid having any trouble with to be able to redo this without having to pull our snapshots. So, okay, now we have the right dialogue coming up. So he's protected by Spice, Apple, Molly. She's mean and her goons are tough. We'll take care of it. Don't worry about it. Okay, cool. He added a new mission. It's called Cousin Kill. We are going to go back to with the famous assassin harrow through the nameless among our crew. It's time to go up against the deadly Spice Apple cartel and and the traitor Cousin Prime. We are headed back to Dragon Disc once again. Cousin Prime is well guarded, and we have to go after him with bullets and blades. I'm going to update the mission a little bit because I would like this to feel a little bit more like you know where you're going. Um, so as expected, Prime is hiding on in the slums of on. Okay, so in this we'll put in zone name, the slums of Orbidon hold, and the planet name, right? So okay, so that gives you uh, a little bit more feeling for the mission. This is a little short. We were in a big rush last night. I'll give myself a pass. Um, and as we decided, there's no payment here. Um, no payment for the first step. That payment gets rolled into the second step. This is early in the game. You're a fledgling captain. You're doing a one jump pretty much mission. It's super short, so the payment is not large. The proc gen is not working in your favor to make these payments large. You have no rank. You're kind of just like it's not your best day. So we did have this 50% boost on that payment on that step, which is, to be honest, not that great. It means we were like looking at a $60,000 regular payment, and we got up to 90. But at this era, like very beginning of the game, I don't know, $90,000 for a one crew combat and a come home. That's actually pretty good. I think if you're being reasonable about what we're talking about, it's not bad. You might want this higher. So that's a place where when you're doing testing right at the beginning of your story mod, you might sort of like not be happy with these prices. Be careful not over pumping them to make it feel good on the first, on turn. What are we on? Turn. We're on turn 284 of the game, so we're not even a year in. 90,000 credits for a single fight mission is, I think you have to be feeling actually pretty good about that, even though if there's some sticker shock kind of feeling about it. Okay, so we're gonna test this. We're gonna hope that it works well, and then we're gonna wrap this stream up by converting our mod into a full vignette mod, and instead of a starting mod. So that'll be our final sweep here. I think we finished all the content. We wrote the loss conditions. We wrote the win conditions. We have we're headed to Bordino Hold, I believe. Not paying any attention to what's going on, to be honest. Just click, 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 go, go, go. I just want to make sure I have crew. Oh yeah, in this game it was Central Radicyclos, but it's a place that where we found Prime, and he double backed here, so it's got this feeling. Okay, so we want to start. I'm gonna do a snapshot right here. This is our moment to snapshot, right? So back to forward to nope. Windows back has failed me for the last time. And this was game 21. So here's game 21. About to fight mission 2. Okay, so we're about to fight a mission 2. This is going to give us the ability to easily come back to that point. Because I'm going to, I always like to try the fail conditions first. I don't know why, that's kind of nice. So our first thing here that we can try out is that we coded up a pre-dialogue. So before this fight, we should have a chat with Spice Apple Molly, and that's 13, which is only going to show up once. So let's have this chat with her. Cousin kill. You'll never stop our cartel, even if you kill Prime. He's the best blade dancer in a generation. We haven't lost an apple since he joined our operation. He sounds like he's a boss. I'm glad you've done so well, but the party has come to an end. Ooh, smooth lines from the captain. Time to die. Okay, if we fail to kill these Spice Base Apple cartel goons, we'll have failed Spicetender Stratego. So here's our gold line, kind of giving us warning of the stakes of what's about to happen. And we're going to try again later. So this is where we want to see. Now we're not going to, this is a nice setup. You cannot prevent this setup. This is something you have to accept within Star Traders. Missions do wait for players. They can expire, they can be deleted, but the player does have the option to sort of look at a mission. Oh, there's a fight here. Prime and Spice Apple Molly are waiting for me, and I can always generally walk away from it. I think I can always walk away from it, actually. So you have to kind of get your head around that. That's just part of how the game works, and we have to sort of live with that, a little bit of suspension of disbelief in our missions. But we have tested that dialogue, as hoped, works. Runs one time only. So now let's have this fight. I'm planning to win this time. Change my mind. Of course, we have to have Harathier in there. Harathier, why do you want to be in slot? Oh, he prefers slot 1. Well, then it's all yours, my guy. Yeah, Thuvian, there's lots of ways to do forced operations for the player. It's all through block events, though. So if you have a mission, when you're at a mission step, we cannot force you to take that step. So there's a definite. Thuvian was saying, Zerad disagrees. So there's a definite difference there between a block event, which is built very easy to force the player to have to deal with it, and a mission step, which is a big part of any story, but we can't force the player to have to deal with it. Venomous Blade, I'm going to try to get rid of their combat medic before he causes too much more trouble. I didn't train my combat crew. I'm just hoping that they win on sheer, like, this is early game. And I'm lucky. And I have Thuvian. Or, not Thuvian, I have my guy. I have Hera through the Nameless. He is obviously the beastiest. Okay, so we got rid of their combat medic. From there, this should start to slide into... Oh wait, they have another one? Do they have 2, or was I just thought I killed the combat medic? You crazy people. A swordsman, 2 combat medics, and a exo scout. What kind of wild and crazy pirate crew are we fighting here? Okay, we're starting to get tagged up by their soldier. Their exo scout in the back is doing some serious damage. Try to get her out of the equation as fast as we can before she kills somebody. All right, their pistolier is not going to be as dangerous. Just trying to kind of... Okay, so it looks like victory is assured. Ah! There it is. He's done. Okay. Our crew fought bravely. So this is the combat victory screen. It's going to show before any blocks that are attached to the mission are run. So here we have our nice combat log with some new nice colors. And we've got a crew report. All of our dudes survived. We gained XP. And when we say depart, we're going to get the mission, the winning block for the mission is going to run. So let's just double check in our sheet. This is, you've won the fight. Not going to do any preconditions, but we're going to have a dialogue, which is 11, which looks like this is what's getting run. Spice Apple Molly is going to talk bad things about us, and then we're going to create a contact on this zone. So let's see if that works. So you made a terrible mistake. We're never going to forgive you. Hey, Thuvian, thanks for joining us in Twitch. And hi on Hawaii. Great to see you. Yes, Thuvian, the proc-gen does in fact look at your level and the level of the zone you're on and the danger of the quadrant and all of the proc-gen features, and auto provides them with weapons and levels and things like that. Yep. So what I think we didn't touch on, I want to get it in the documentation. You have the ability to set the type of enemy crew. So that was defaults, always defaults to pirate. That looked like a pirate crew to me. I didn't set them. I should have set them as like assassins or something, so that they were a little bit nastier and meaner, higher level. You've made a terrible mistake. We'll never forgive you. Watch your back, Captain. Okay, so we've won the combat, blah, blah, blah. Mission's not over. This is the proc gen result of the mission. Continue. Okay, so there we go. We have also now Spice Apple Molly was created. Again, in the real story, we would want her to show up she would want to create her and leave her not known, right? So that you are able to maybe later in the gameplay, you'd run back into Spice Apple Molly and be like, oh my gosh, she's real. She hates me. Maybe she's going to send a legendary bounty hunter after you. She really doesn't like you. It's pretty bad. And she does, in fact, have a story block that we set up. I'll never forgive you. I curse your name and the name of all your descendants. The officer's pretty smarky. Yeah, F for Cousin Prime. That was rough. We have people of the void have no descendants. So fine. May your apples rot and go mealy. Good apple zinger. You know, I gotta throw this out there when you're okay. So she does not like us. She will not recruit to us, etc. She really doesn't like us. Richard also doesn't like us because we've been impinging upon their larger spice apple trade. And we ended up testing the win condition here, so now we're headed home. See if we can get home alive. Submit to inspection. I don't have any spice apples, spice apples, so shouldn't have any trouble. Should be able to get home pretty easily. Yeah, cousin probably missed. I mean, again, you know, the more you want to sink time into these, and you can see very easily we could have, for example, written in that pre-mission block or something, we could have given an option that would have given you chances to change your mind or decided not to kill the dude or something along those lines. You know, you give the branches, and maybe at some point along this way, you would have talked to Prime and had a chance to betray Stratego. It just takes a mod writer who wants to write more options. I'm not trying to do that stuff here particularly today because we are just jamming on testing out and showing off the features. So here we have Spicetender Stratego. He's waiting for us to come home with the good news. We're going to run this meeting over the spice plate. With the enemy space Apple Cartel brought to their knees, we've paved the way for Spicetender Stratego to achieve great riches. And that was in fact a hard crash right there. So whoops. Let's find out see if we can figure out what might have caused that. Okay, option 3 is block 16. Option 3 is the winning block. So block 16 should run. Yep, cool. What's block 16 do? Block 16 return victorious. It has a dialogue event of 0. Whoops. That would be pretty obviously, I would say that's probably our problem. The game needs to be a little bit better at hard failing, and definitely needs to be better at giving results, helpful results to modders. We had a pretty good suggestion yesterday that the mod version should have like a sort of a story log built in next to captain log that would just keep track of like all the story events that happened. Um, okay, so where was the we had written looks like dialogue 16. Finally, someone's put cousin prime in the ground, so this should have been a 16. Now this is data in the data DB. So it's read-only instruction about what to do when block 16 runs. So the mission in the game database only has the instruction to run block 16. It doesn't know what block 16 is going to do. And so this is actually something we can fix on the fly and just tackle again. Speaking of logs, let's actually add a log here. We'll also do this. One of the other fields that you can fill in, which is nice for a player to have some bread trail crumb of their story activities, is all the way at the end. There's a post log entry field which gets put into the captain's log. So we have helped Spicetender Stratego kill his traitorous cousin. And secured the spiced base app trade for generations to come. Okay, so that will show up. We're gonna get that in as well. Again, that's in the data database, and so that is something we can kind of mod pretty real time. When block 16 runs, that will also be posted to the captain's log. So that's a good thing you should sort of put in multiple places throughout the storyline. It's a great cue to kind of have, not just at the end. Don't throw them in the end. I would do at the beginning, a couple big major points in the middle, anything salient, especially if you're adding ship components or you're giving the player some sort of information that they might really need to remember later. It's super critical to put stuff in the log for them. And if you want it, you could feasibly use that yourself to sort of generate some tracking of what has been run by just filling in that with dev notes almost, and then cleaning it out at the end. Okay, cousin kill, we're going to meet him with spice plate. So yeah, the 0 dialogue evidently is a hard crash in the game. That's a bummer. We'll have to try to fix that. Finally, someone has put my cousin in the ground. He stole everything from me, but I can't let him have the apples. He didn't go down without a fight. That must have been very lucrative for you. That must be very lucrative for you. So our work to save Spicetender. I feel like there's like some dialogue lines got skipped here. Yes. Line 59 sort of got skipped. Oh. Tell me this didn't mess up out here somewhere. Oh God, why? What happened? That's so weird. Okay, so it like skipped line 59 due to some sort of insert or delete that I was doing. Ugh. You know what? I'll drag them all. Just to be sure nothing's missing. I don't know. This is not the best tool in the world, guys. But I think it's pretty quick, and it does get you, it would get a lot of people off the ground, I think. And you're gonna have to love it and give it some massages and watch that it doesn't do evil things to you like that. So I'm going to not count that as a serious bug because we know why. It was a weird Excel madness. But okay, so our work to help save Spicetender Stratego Space Spice Apple Cartel has gained us a major experience reward plus 600 XP. And as a thanks for our hard work, Spicetender Stratego has given us a powerful snubber known as the Bahamut. And finally, in a complete surprise move, Stratego has unlocked the Plague medical ship component. As we talked about, because the Plague ship component is core and uses like a low order ID, we can't actually unlock it, but we also showed off how components are really easy to unlock. Set their state value to true in a post condition. Boom, you've got a ship component. If you wanted to unlock multiple, you could we looked at how there's like 8 or 9 weapons that are all unlocked by a single state. So you could dump a ton of ship components through a storyline if you wanted to. Okay, so we finished the mission. We got paid our big payout. Let's check out who gets the Bahamut. Definitely soldier. To earn a Bahamut, you've got to look cooler than that. There we go. Grace Dominic is going to check into the Bahamut. Boom. Okay, so we've gained our amazing, like super powered level 11 weapon. We get 100,000 XP. Things look great. Really, really happy with how that all turned out. And nothing further from Spicetender. This would be maybe a good place to put a note, a gold line note in the dialogue to tell the player that this is the end of the storyline. Spice Stratego is just going to sail off into the sunset. So there's actually we've won. Now we're going to go back and grab our save from where we did our snapshot, right? And I'm going to purposely lose. Okay, and we're going to test the loss conditions. So definitely need loss conditions. They're super critical to make a story feel like a good challenge. You want Star Traitors built around those concepts. Single mission fail is a total loss. So always include. What is going on? Yep, cool. Just gonna juggle people. It's awful. I don't know how it's to lose. Oh, come on. We're so fast. We're so much faster than the enemy crew. I hope they can kill me quickly. Oh no, come on. Make it easy on me, guys. Oh boy. Oh boy. This could be painful. It'll be the longest part of the stream. Trying to get the enemy. Again, we're super early. Remember that the game is really early. Like we're just past the save slot cutoff if you were playing on hard. And I had given my crew like 6,000 experience at the beginning of the game. So we got a very significant jump on the enemy. Oh, this is pretty bad. Okay, well, I will make sure that we get into the documentation how to give the enemy crew level boosts, because you want to be able to pump their challenge. And maybe when it's documented, we'll come back and also do look at making this we could have made this a specialized combat. This is like a full proc-gen combat without any named characters in it or anything along those lines. So that's sort of my bad, having gone the quick way with this, but it looks like we're slowly going to lose. I don't know. It's actually going to happen. Yeah, they're going to kill somebody. Oh, actually, you know what? I can surrender. Haha, it's considered a loss. No, in Hawaii. Nope. Nothing. Yes, but sorry. Prime. Very wise. Very wise indeed, Prime. Yeah, I can't kill my units, but I can, in fact, surrender. So that was easy enough. I should have. Don't need an internal one. So we have lost. So now we're going to play the loss block. One thing we skipped on the loss block is we're not making Spice Apple Molly as a context, so we're just focusing on the loss and the fallout with Stratego. Okay, so you've overestimated how strong you were and you paid for it. Your cousin Prime is now to reach. So we've lost in a flash of seconds in steel. We lost to deadly crew combat. The mission is gone. We no longer have a mission at all. Yeah, fascinating. This is all done within the deadline of Estelle. Still waiting to be picked up. And we can go back to, we're going to navigate our way back to Stratego, who's not going to be pleased. But as discussed, one fail of a mission step is the end of a mission. And so you really, if you have mission steps where you know the player can fail, you either have to, one way you can go about it, failure in itself is a painful thing within a mission. So You can use segment types to sort of control the places where you want to let the player fail. There are two special segment types called never fail and always win, which are kind of valuable at this juncture if you're thinking about this, because if you have a mission step and it has a bunch of tests, actually we sort of ignored this case in the now that I'm thinking about it with this first mission. These steps, the 702 steps, both come with they have skill tests you could fail, and if you fail the skill test, you fail the mission. So we didn't put loss conditions into these blocks, into these steps. One way that we could address that is by putting making them never fail or always win. So never fail basically prevents you from failing. Even you can attempt the mission. If you fail the skill check or die in the combat, you lose. You get all the penalties of losing, but then the step doesn't go away. So you fail, but you have a chance to try again, right? And always win actually says if you attempt it, you lose the combat, or you fail the skill test, you suffer all the penalties of losing the combat or failing the skill test, but then it still counts as moving forward, which is sort of, in some of these cases, it's useful to have these because you don't want to have failure cases every single place, right? Or we could, another way that we could go about this would be to put a very generic loss block on these as well. This loss block 15 is pretty close to generic enough because 15 basically says we lost the fight. We could modify this to say like we failed a mission, and it basically is going to take the Spicetender off the table. He's not going to want to talk to us anymore except for his one discussion point that he's willing to discuss, which is how we messed up and have ruined his cartel. So we could put together a single loss block that we could attach to every mission step that we're willing to let fail. And at any time you fail, the Spicetender just sort of like folds up shop and has one final dialogue that says, I'm done with you. It's mostly what's done in Star Traders. The rest of the storylines there's a couple of places where there might be like, if you get to the final confrontation, there's special loss conditions around the contact and how he reacts. But generally there would probably be like, up until that point, one pretty generic loss block that's just going to say, oh, like you messed up pretty badly and this is over. Alternately, if you want to be more forgiving, maybe you weren't able to find Cousin Prime in the first time around. But truly, players should be able to use a skill test, so don't be too forgiving. Maybe Spicetender has a second mission that he'll send you on that could give you a second chance or something. But that, again, just takes more authoring time. Okay, so now remember let's go back and review. When you lost the fight, we set a state 10, which tells us that the Stratego is done. He no longer wants to chat with us. Let's actually make that a little bit more, okay, so we set this state 10 that says Stratego should have his loss dialogue should be the thing that he's willing to talk to us about. I'm thinking about it now. We have a couple holes in this we'll have to patch. Also, the other thing that we did was we added an active block, or trigger block to Stratego's zone, and it's block 18. So that says next time the player lands on his zone, immediately run block 18. Block 18 is this little dialogue about how like everything's messed up in the Spice Hall. The Spice Hall is in a near riot. There aren't any spiced apples. It's just some flavor. There's nothing actually that happens here other than you get the idea that things are not going well upon arriving. Trigger blocks are super useful for tons of things. We could have put one on all over the place. We could have used a lot more of them throughout this process, but that's what we got. So now, before we go back to Stratego, I'm going to actually quit because I want to fix a hole that has popped into my head about how this is set up. So Stratego's failure block is 19, which is the last block in his set of blocks. It is going to evaluate true only when we have failed, which is state 10, we failed the mission. This setup makes it possible, though in this exact case it's pretty impossible, but it makes it possible that another block would be evaluated true before 19. So it's good to move, basically to move your failure blocks to the front. So we're going to put the failure block first. So the very first thing Stratego is always going to check is, did you fail me? If he failed you, then he's going to display his fail dialog, and you don't have any chance to get any later dialog appearing because his fail dialog has appeared. Also, now what we want to do is if you have failed him, we're going to close the door permanently on his willingness to talk to you about any storyline. You don't have to make that choice, but for this story, in this fail case, we're going to close the door permanently. So I'm going to make a state called Stratego. Well, actually, we're not going to do it with a state. There's two different ways you could do this. You could do Stratego has closed door. Will no longer discuss story. No longer discuss story. So we can do it. That's one way. We can do it with a state of 12. So that would be when you've talked to him. We want him to talk to you. His final discussion about your failure. You are a failure. So we're gonna set 12 as our game state. And now we're going to go back to Stratego's trigger block. Here's his contact block. This is his trigger block. This is the block group that evaluates. Whenever you visit Stratego, it actually runs this block, which runs this block group event, which evaluates this list of blocks in order. So what we're going to do is go all the way up the chain to the Stratego contact block, and we can put a -12 here. So in the case, as long as Stratego hasn't reached this super fail condition, he will evaluate his contact block. If he has reached this fail condition, then he's going to, the very top of his blockchain will evaluate as false, and he's going to pull the rug out from you, under you completely. He'll never talk to you again. This is definitely one of the ways you can go about facilitating a generic fail condition. You put a generic fail block up front in his block group. When he fails, you set a state that is he's failed. When you talk to him about the failure, he pulls the rug and stops doing all of his contact block. All of his other blocks get removed. He will no longer evaluate even his top level trigger block, and he's done. That's one way of going about it. Another way we can go about it is that this is a trigger block that has been set up. So we set it up. It's block number 6. We set it up when we created Stratego. Here, his active contact block. This is his contact event, the row. Option number 6 for contact row is his contact active block. That should say trigger block. Trigger block. So that's his trigger block. So it's 6 is his trigger block, and the other way that we could go about this is actually to just remove it. So we failed you. We could do this state thing. We'll leave that in. That's one option. Another option would be to come all the way down to post delete game block and put in 6, and that's going to delete any triggers that are set against block 6. So that will immediately remove 6 from the trigger. So I think that's preferable for me. It does mean it's basically it's going to be hard to go back on this decision. You'd have to add another trigger block. Either one's doable. You could remove state 12 and he'd be willing to talk to you again. You could add another trigger block to contact. So if you did add it to block type 2, story type 1, that's our guy. You could so you can undo this as well, but this is another way of going about it. If you're removing it, if -1 means remove the current block, negative, and 6 is remove a specific ID'd trigger block. So either one of these is going to basically remove his trigger block permanently. or prevent either removing his trigger block permanently or ensuring that the trigger block is going to permanently evaluate as false and therefore will have no more impact on the game, and he has closed the door on you permanently. So wanted to make sure that we kind of got that cleaned up so that we weren't leaving these, like, if maybe under certain conditions his trigger block might turn up another invitation to some other part of the story, because that ordering is quite important. You do really want to keep a close eye on the order of his block groups here. Okay, so let's just check. We have fixed things. We had our zone block has already run and removed itself, and now we've failed use Stratego. I'll never make a dime on space apples again. Spice apples again. I'm gonna space all my apples. It's over. I thought you were something more. I thought we had something. Spicetender Stratego no longer trusts us and has cut us out of his space apples dealings altogether. So at this point, we'd expect. In this case, we did both, but the one that's going to override is the removal of the trigger block. Is the trigger block has this precondition and would evaluate as false, but we removed the trigger block altogether, and so it's not even being evaluated. So the state was sort of overkill by a lot, but we removed the trigger block, and that has ended our storyline with Stratego. And I think in this case, what do we add? A captain's log for success. So we didn't actually get our captain's log because we only got one for winning. But now we have completed the story. So we tested our fail condition. We tested our rip, no more coffee. It's awful. He thought we had something more. So we've tested our start condition. We've tested our fail condition. We've done a bunch of nice things. We've added context. We've got all this cool stuff in here. So now I'm going to wrap this up pretty quickly because we've been going on a long time. Yeah, I know. That's rough. We're going on 2.5 hours here. So the final thing to do would be to come in and start just going over places where maybe we didn't really need all this gold and XP at the beginning of the game or when this block runs. So let's remove that. And then we're going to run a vignette event instead of a start event is going to be run at the very beginning of the game. A vignette event is going to be put into the game at a later state when picked by the event by the game's vignette picker. So this is going to be harder to test. You're now moving into like the difficult testing mode, right? Where you're really trying to let this happen organically in the game. You might need to play for a while to see this occur within the game. This is probably your final test run to make sure your mod is spotless. The start event, you do everything you possibly can in the start event. Then we would also, I think we talked about before, going into the mission, and we'd want to set some of these steps as 0. So we know about the first step, but we don't know the second step. We don't know the third step. We don't know the last step. Same thing here. Actually, with a fight, I think it's fine. We're just going to set them as known. So in the investigation phase, we're going to set some things as unknown, and we'd want to set space apple molly is also not going to be known. So these are sort of like important changes to harden your story, stuff that you didn't do specifically when you built out the story in the beginning. So that you could easily test it. You wanted to see all the text. You wanted to be able to easily talk to the context that you knew. But those are also like holes in the overall believability of your story. So you want to kind of pull that stuff out as you go. And finally, we're going to set this to a vignette event. Now, one of the nice things about a starting event is that it, by its very nature, only has one time that it would ever get added to the game, right? So vignette events work a little bit differently in that every time a vignette is picked, Okay, two things are different about vignette events. First off, vignette events are added to the zones instead of maps. So they're added directly to zones instead of the starting event is added to the map because that's where you are starting. So I wonder if that's that's how all vignettes work. So that is how it goes. So this has to probably be a little bit different. I think it's fine though. We don't actually need to change it because there's no precondition. It's added so it'll run on absolutely any zone. And what it's going to do is it adds the block number 3, block number 2, which is meeting our contact, which is going to precondition on a Thalunian zone. So that's actually really nice because it means the very next time we land, let's change this to vignette event. The very next time that we land on a world after the vignette has been picked by the procgen picker, it's going to run. There are absolutely no preconditions and there are no postconditions. It's guaranteed to run. It's going to add the block to meet our contact. Now this is where you actually need to change we have to do something a little bit differently than the start block because start only happens one time in the game ever, and so we don't really need any pre or post conditions ever. For a vignette block, it's the next time the procgen picker comes around again, it's going to look at all the vignette blocks that are in the game and decide if any of them are available to be run. So we want to make sure that this vignette block, once it's picked, it's run very soon. It runs without any preconditions on the next zone, right? But then once it's run, we want to actually take it out of circulation. You could leave it in circulation like this if you wanted to. It would very possibly come up in the next procgen run. It's going to be confusing because you might have multiple. In fact, you really shouldn't. You have to take it out because there's too many states that would be reused if it came around again, unless you found some way to clean everything up guaranteed. So what we're going to do is we're going to say that this is a game state prevents vignette from being picked twice is state 13, right? So we're going to go in, made a special state when the vignette event runs. So this is when the player lands on the next zone without any precondition. No, it could be a wild zone, it could be anything. That vignette event is going to run its post condition. And that's going to set state 13 and notably add the block that's going to introduce Stratego, the Spicetender. This is definitely the structure you want to use. You want a vignette event that does pretty much nothing other than set a post condition and inject a trigger block. And then we want to also use the same structure we've been using throughout, which is to say that it's going to set 13 and it won't run if 13 is set. So it'll cause it to run once. And what happens now is the same thing with eras. When the vignette picker, the story procgen picker, goes through the list and looks at all of the vignette events, it will not put it in the list of eligible events if it fails its precondition. So the procgen picker comes along, looks at all the vignette events, picks your vignette event, injects it into the game as a trigger event on a zone with no preconditions about that zone. It'll run on any zone. The very next time the captain lands, it executes that vignette event, which sets state 13 and injects a different trigger event, which is the one that will allow you to meet your contact. Notably, we now have set that one has only the preconditions around the Thalunian zone. So now we've set 13, which is the next time the story procgen picker comes around, it gets all the vignette events and looks through them, finds your vignette event that you've added and says, do its preconditions evaluate as true? No, now they evaluate as false because we've added state 13 and this requires no state 13 and it takes it out of the list. So that's sort of the rundown of the process required. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. Process required that you would want to think about how to get a vignette into the game, get it to prevent from being picked twice, and allow it to do something in its procgen that would put it wants to be a really broadly applicable event. You want to make sure that this block runs early. I'm repeating this because you don't want to move this precondition that requires you to visit a Thaloon urban zone onto your vignette event, because that means the vignette event might not run for a long time. Maybe it doesn't run for a really long time. Maybe they're not anti-Thaloon or something. And maybe the story procgen picker comes all the way around again before that thing is run, and adds a second copy of it. And now you're going to have two Spicetenders showing up with a bunch of unintended consequences when the player finally lands in a Thaloonian zone. So you want to make your vignette and your era events the very first event that kind of kicks the thing off. They should have a state that prevents them from running twice. They should have absolutely no other preconditions, and they should inject a trigger block elsewhere on the map, on a planet, in orbit of a planet, or on a zone that can kick off the storyline. But you don't want to put the kickoff event of the storyline or the preconditions for that kickoff event into the block that the story gen picker is picking. We're going to keep documenting like crazy, but I hope that these Twitch streams have been helpful. At this point, you would grab this huge pile of SQL. It's not even that large. Look at that. It's not too bad at all. You have a story, you've got a mission, you got a cool Space Apple cartel happening. And you would then flash it in the database, and at that point, the final test would be have to play the game and see if it shows up, see when it shows up, see how it fits, see what power levels it feels like. You would really hope that by the time you're getting there, by the time you're turning this on to be a vignette event, that you have done all the testing that you think you need to do. Don't do the testing on vignette event. Do the testing on a start event. All right, so guys, we have wrapped up. It's been a lot of fun.